Hey guys, Ducky here for the Order TFT Mid-Set Invitational, joined by my wonderful admin and caster extraordinaire Tycoon, here to talk about some of the plays you need to be watching this weekend heading into the games. How you going, first of all, Tycoon? It'd be rude for me to not introduce you that way.
Yeah, I'm doing well. I'm excited for Mid-Set Invitational this weekend. Going to be our biggest tournament yet. I'm really looking forward to it.
Well, as you said, it is going to be a big tournament, and you know what I think? When big tournament players come around, you can't go past Razor, our world's attendee. How do you think he's going to perform at MSI?
Raz has always been really consistent. Consistently challenger on multiple counts, plays in multiple regions in the NA over as well. Always places well in tournaments. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if we saw him as our Oceanic representative again, but a lot of players coming into it, so I guess we'll see.
Yeah, and I would really like to highlight like one of those players that's really come into it is Fishbowl, and obviously the TFT ecosystem in OCE is growing just past these Worlds events. There's also some very smaller tournaments going around, and Fishbowl's been playing in these tournaments really, really well recently, especially in the university one. He's also just on a complete hot streak in solo queue right now. After he let his account decay, he's just come back and he's playing anything out of the book. He's playing some A-Bomb brand. He's playing, I've seen some Bulldozer on his account as well. So he's got all these little nifty comps and he's playing super flexibly. And that makes me really excited to see what he's going to bring this weekend. And there's one more player that I really want to talk about. I think it's Keen, who'll be ruining his losses from the Set 4 Worlds qualifiers. And he'll want to come back with a vengeance, Tycoon.
Yeah, so Keen took out second in the Set 4 regional qualifier. So it was very impressive playing from him. He plays a lot, challenger in multiple regions, consistently high elo for a lot of sets. Definitely no reason why he wouldn't be our Oceanic representative this time around.
Yeah, I think that's a trend that we're seeing is like all these big players and the streamers that are pulling in the views and they have that little bit of pressure in the high elo, but they're not only just high elo and OS, which they're playing in NA, they're playing in other regions to really bolster and get different rates of the metas. And I think you're right in saying like a lot of those players are going to thrive. And talking more specifically about the meta as well, we're coming in on TFT patch 11.14 just before the mid set. And we've seen a little bit of a shift in the meta. Obviously, there's been a lot of Draven recently, but could we be seeing some new comps coming out as well?
I don't know if we're going to see a whole lot of new comps. Definitely going to see a lot of verticals, like a lot of Forgotten with Draven or Katarina carries, a lot of Dawnbringers with your Karma and your Rivens, a lot of Redeem, probably not as much Redeemed. It did get touched lightly. Lux, not the best carry anymore, mostly focusing around Vel'Koz now. But you're also going to see some reroll comps. You're going to see things like Yasuo. It did get touched, but it's still a very strong comp. And probably going to see some Assassins as well with what's it called?
With Nocturne?
The spinny guy. Nocturne.
Yeah. The spinny guy.
The spinny guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Gonna see some Assassin comps with the Nocturne for sure.
Yeah. Like, and as we mentioned, the Brambulance is also coming back with like the Zyra nerfs as well. So like that A-Bomb Draconic comp that you've seen a lot of the Zyra items being chucked on, you're going to see those items now being thrown back on brand. So it could be attacking some of those more higher HP frontline comps with the burn that he gets off that. I'm thankful that Karma's in the meta. It's been my favorite comp to play all set. Just very happy that you know, she's finally going to be good in time for MSI. And look, if there was one player that you think could take it all, who are you going to pick?
If I had to put my money on one person, I think Chunga might be someone to look out for. Not the best tournament history in the past, however, has been turning it up a lot recently. If he can make tournament play click rather than just ladder play, I think he would be a very strong contender for our Oceanic spot.
Well, I've got the smart money on Razza. He can make it 2 times again. But anyways, guys, that is the players to watch heading in to MSI. Thank you so much, and hopefully we'll see you around this weekend.
Good afternoon, gamers. Welcome to the TFT Reckoning Series Oceania Mid-Set Invitational presented by Order. I'm Judge, and I'm joined by two strapping, beautiful gentlemen next to me, Kareems and Twig. We are in for one heck of a stream. One wonderful first day out of 4. Kareems, what are you looking forward to the most?
I'm just looking forward to seeing the best players from OC sweat it out today. You know, all these players have played on ladder. Sometimes they play for fun. I'm just looking forward to seeing them really go at it and seeing what comps they bring to it.
And Twig, my friend, we're going to be seeing your favorite comps of all time played today, or we're going to be sorely disappointed because there's not 3 Fonz.
Oh god, don't remind me. We're probably going to see one of my favorite comps, Karma. I imagine we're going to see a fair bit of it, but like Kareems, I'm really excited just to see everyone trying their hardest to win games.
We are going to have a cracker of a day, jumping in between lobbies, ladies, gents, and our non-binary pals. We're going to have 64 players playing across 5 games today in 8 lobbies. And to break this down even more, let's have a look at the format. That bottom line of players, it's rough to be in that line. Twig, are we nervous if you're going to be that bottom line getting eliminated each day? Or do you think we're going to be seeing your favorite comp get through into those top 3?
I think that it's definitely worrying for some players. We are cutting players after 3 games, I believe, and then after the next 2. So it's definitely, you know, there's going to be a fair bit of people being eliminated every day. So I think everyone's really going to be just doing what they can to make sure that they're not in that bottom row.
I think so as well. Let's dive deeper into that full format. You can see this on your screen now. We're going to be having 4 days of team fight tactics. Well, mayhem really is probably how I'm going to phrase it. Kareems, today being day number 1, July 10th, 64 players playing 5 games total in 8 lobbies. After games 1 to 3 have been played, the bottom 8 will be eliminated. Are you, Kareems, looking forward to games 4 and 5? Do you think we're going to see things change a little bit after that?
Yeah, I think we'll see, like, the first game, I think we'll see super safe gameplay, right? So 75% of players will move on to tomorrow. So you're really looking for that top 5, top 6 position. But as the games go on and you get a bad result, maybe 6th or 7th, I think we'll see a bit more of that first or 8th game style. But I'm expecting today a lot of safe play, a lot of top 4. Just pick the comps that you think have a high percentage of top 4 spots today.
And let's have a quick look at the prize pool. What's on stake here besides heading, of course, in that top 16 to the finals in September? We've got a $4,500 prize pool being split amongst the top 8 players over the next 2 weekends. We've got 4 days, today, tomorrow, and then next Saturday and Sunday as well. A lot of players going to be eliminated over the 2 days this weekend. Twig, we're going to have 16 players a day eliminated out of the 64, and we'll be down to 32 starting next weekend. Where do you think we're going to see some of our top players? Are they all going to be making it through from this region into the top 32, or are we going to have some players to watch out for? Are you nervous for anyone in particular?
I'm not really nervous for anyone in particular. I think that the usual names are going to make it through at least till next weekend and then probably even further. But it is nice to see some fresh faces. A lot of people, as Kareem said, a lot of people are going to be playing safe today, so it's more likely there's going to be some more experimentation tomorrow, and that's where we might see some of the more familiar faces drop out.
I think so. It's going to come down to more competitive gameplay in days 3 and 4 as players look to get any lead that they possibly could. We are about to head into game. Let's get it underway with Escher, our first competitor who we'll be following. And hopefully, Escher knows the power of scouting. We can see a little more around the lobby here. Escher in, we're coming at 1-4, so still on the minion rounds. We're seeing one of my favorite starts here in Lobby 2, the Vladimir Lysandra. Kareems, how do you feel about the Renewer start?
Yeah, really strong. Vladimir 2 is definitely one of those one-cost units that can carry you through stage 3, 4, and it can actually just provide an easy avenue for a free level 8. So interesting to see if he sticks with this. He also has a Ziggs pair as well, which I don't think is as strong, but we'll see what he gets here. He should get some gold or a unit. Oh, Nidalee, not bad. Will he pre-level or will he keep those units?
Now, he's just made a move I thought he would, which is you got that Nidalee, sell the Ziggs, grab the Kha'Zix for that 2 Dawnbringer. Has this option here of the Nightbringer too, that he's just put on the board with the Morgana Vlad, but has that Dawnbringer as well, going to be leveling. Twig, what's your preference line? I know you're a fan of the Karma. We've got the Dawnbringer here. Are you going Dawnbringer in this instance, or are you playing for the Nightbringers?
In this instant, it's probably safer to play the Nightbringers. You really want to play strongest board early. You can end up pivoting into Karma from most things, so it's really just about maintaining HP in the early game.
He's also got 2 early Covens, so maybe you can get a Coven Vladimir early as well. We'll have to see what he goes for. He also has 2 Dawnbringer, so he can start building towards that Karma. The bow might turn him off though. We'll have to see what item he gets on this armory after this fight. Looks like Nidalee is going to wrap this one up.
Nidalee getting a lot of damage out here, and that's a nice shadow tier. I think with this 2-tier start, if Escher can secure rods, that's really good items for Vladimir, and to make that Vladimir Coven carry. I agree. I tend to agree that bow a little iffy, but could be used later on LeBlanc. Could turn that into IE Giant Slayer, get that extra damage out there. Not ideal, but I'm sure Escher will find a way to use it. Twig, are you a fan of a potential very dark blue buff here? Are you saving that looking for rods?
I'm absolutely saving it. I think very dark blue buff at the moment, it's really only useful on things like Rise, and it's too early in the game to really have a... Oh, never mind. They slam it. So ignore what I'm saying. But they're definitely looking towards something probably not going to be the Vladimir carry, though.
Kareem, so we saw Escher scout and saw a 2-1 Mordekaiser. I'm terrified of that prospect. Do you think that's a little bit of RNG blessing everyone other than Escher right now?
Well, yeah, that 2% at level 5. Look, being level 5 this early is hard enough, let alone getting a 4-cost unit. Who took that? That's a pretty high roll. But yeah, Mord's definitely one of those units that can be flexible in the mid-game, and you can also use late game as well. So interesting to see. Shadow Locker too strong there. Even though Amazing was level 3 there, the Shadow Locker just provides too much stats. Just not enough damage on the side of Escher yet, but hopefully he can pick some up. I think he needs a Dawnbringer in. That'll help out his DPS. He can also maybe get some skirms going, but he did pass up on that Trundle earlier, so it'll be interesting to see what his board looks like coming to stage 3.
Kha'Zix available in the shop there, so could bring in the pair of Kha'Zix for Dawnbringer options. We're going to change it up a little bit and have a scout across. And here's Bernski, who's got a similar board. More Nightbringers here, going to be getting 4 Nightbringer out. Doesn't quite position everyone.
Yeah, not the best
quickly
positioning. Not getting full Shadow Locket value. It's okay. Maybe he didn't want a mana reduction on Lee, but I think you do want to get as much value early as you can. But he's losing, so he's not win streaking, so it's not a huge deal. But it looks like he's going to win anyway. This Lee's very powerful with that attack speed reduction. And he's also got Paul Nightbringer, which swings the fight heavily in his favor.
Twig, I'm seeing a lot on this bench. We've got Redeemed, you've got a Leona, and you've got some Aatroxes. We've had the position for a Dawnbringer pivot with the Graggy pair. You've got Legionnaire, because there's a Callista there for the Aatrox Callista 2 Legionnaire. Are we thinking that this is going to be the start of positioning more for Nightbringer, should there be no hand-holding?
I would imagine the Bansky's just keeping their options open at the moment. I don't think that they have something too in mind just yet of what they want to hard pivot to. Keeping options open this early is pretty standard. So I think just having the ability to go to whatever while being able to play strongest board, which they have got a rather strong board at the moment, is pretty good.
Oh,
And there's another
board. What is
2%
happening?
Maud. Ha
Okay, interesting.
Well, we've got a LeBlanc in the shop as well, but I think the Maud is going to be a good position here. Could pick up the Trundle for Dragon Slayer, and then we'd be looking at a Dragon Slayer Nightbringer sort of position, a nice angle there to go either way. Kareems, are you a fan of the Dragon Slayers at the moment? 4 Dragon Slayer with a Pantheon and a Diana?
Yeah, I'm a huge fan. I love it. The early Pantheon Trundle. He managed to find the early Maud, which is you don't normally see, but Pantheon Trundle might be one of my favorite openers. Particularly if there's a lot of redeem players, a lot of tanky front lines. Very, very nice. He can keep this if he wins. He needs to win this to make 10 if he wants to keep the Trundle. So if he loses, he might end up selling this Trundle. We'll have to see what he does here. But he has to see if he wins or not. A lot of forgotten units with the Sum 5, very powerful early. Oh, this Katarina's dashing around. Yes, unfortunately he can't make 10, so I think he's going to have to sell here. Unless he...
Yee's got a really good setup for Forgotten Vein at the start. We have Zeke's Bleak Herald.
Yeah, so he chose to keep the Trundle and not make 10, which that shows how much value he has on the Trundle. So interesting to see how this board progresses.
Absolutely. He's in a pretty good spot at the moment. Again, making Econ here. Of course, you'd rather maintain a win streak or maintain a loss streak through stage 2. But that being said, they've got some nice units. They've got some decent items. Having double glove is maybe not exactly what they wanted, but it still leaves them open to many different things.
Yeah, he was a bit undecided on that last carousel. I think he wanted that sword, and he tried to turn around for the rod. Maybe open up an AP option, but then he ended up just getting another glove. So maybe look like he wants to play some sort of AP. If he gets a few bows, maybe he can play Yasuo from here. He's got most of the units already. Have to see what items he gets across here.
Yeah.
Looks like he might get a nice little 2-loss streak going to neutrals, which is good. He's nice and healthy. His econ will start generating now, and have to see what items he can get here. Direction.
Yeah, Yasuo is definitely a decent option here, considering how many of the matching units they've got already. Item-wise, what do you like running on Yasuo? What's your best in slot?
I like RC Dual Gauntlet, and I actually like a healing. I know a lot of people run Hurricane. I actually like the Shadow Hodge if I can get it, but I know some people like to save that tier for a potential Frozen Heart Diana. But yeah, definitely want that RC, definitely want that Dual Gauntlet at least. So he needs to find 2 bows here. If he finds a bow, and then maybe he can pick one up the armory as well, then maybe he'll consider it. But let's see what he gets here. Made 20 with that Lulu as well, it's nice. No items yet. Will he get an item here? Kind of needs some direction, I feel.
I tend to agree on the Yasuo items as well. And if not able to get that RFC, I'd be positioning to have a Mordekaiser carry, looking for a Hex Tech, looking for a Warmogs, either Shadow Warmogs or just standard. Either way is nice. And looking for a Jeweled Gauntlet or some sort of AP increase. Just because I'd find if I don't have an RFC on Yasuo, he can be very squishy. And I think it's sort of in that vein, Kareem, of you were saying with that healing item, looking at that Shadow Hodge.
Speaking of Yasuo, Creamy, who played Yasuo in every game, he qualified through the open qualifiers, and he's very, very comfortable on this champion. He's already slammed the 2 items, so it looks like we have a potential... This will definitely turn off the other player for playing Yasuo, but Creamy is a very, very... He knows his comp very well. He's most played throughout the qualifiers, so I expect him to stick with this. He's also got those 2 items already, so... Expect to see a full yes game from Creamy. Looking forward to seeing how he goes with it. And he does... Oh, what do you take here? I don't think he needs another bow, but maybe it's the glove. Open up that Shadow Hodge I was talking about earlier. Don't think you can use this extra bow. Yeah, it's always glove. Alright, will he roll here? I feel like it's a bit weak. Or will he just fast 7? He's got, what, 1 pair on the board. I think this Yasuo can sustain him to level 7, so he might just sack until neutrals, and then just send it. I've also seen him go 7 at 3-5 with this comp and try if he's not stable. So I have to see how he manages his economy coming to stage 4.
I really like the versatility that's happening, and a Banshee's Claw, good option here for that front line. I like the versatility that's got right now. 2 Legionnaire, 2 Nightbringer, 2 Knight, 2 Mystic. Knight and Mystic providing some really good defensive stats. Nightbringer shield as well for Morgana and for Yasuo. And that Legionnaire bonus with the Aatrox and Yasuo getting some more DPS increases here. While that Kled looks to be doing a lot of damage, Yasuo will finally eat through it. Twig, do you think that we could build this comp out a little bit better?
The Yasuo comp, I think that it's really just what they've managed to hit. I don't think they've had many choices just yet. Although that being said, maybe there was something that they missed. I'd probably look at picking up this Taric instead of the Thresh, but that being said, Thresh is really nice for the extra CC that it adds, allows Yasuo to go to work a little bit more. They definitely know what they're playing, and that's pretty pivotal this early in the game.
I think the Thresh giving that backline CC as well with some of the end game comps that we're looking at is probably a good idea. Taric, really nice heal, does have that Verdant option too, so if we're looking for Knights pivoting into Kayle, while they don't really have great Kayle items, it could be an option. Kareem, are you picking up this Taric?
Yeah, I don't mind it. Taric looks like he's not going to pick it up. He did press F, but Taric's really nice with the Morgana because it provides extra armor and healing, which means she will cast. So sometimes level 1 Morgana just doesn't finish her cast. But he does have that Shadow Banshee, which will mean it will block the first ability, so perhaps this Morgana will cast for Nightbringer buff. I'll have to see what he goes for here. He had his first pick. Might go for the Shadow Hodge. There's no glove on the carousel though. What's he going to go for? Negatron. What's he going to do with that? Maybe, yeah, Brunettes for sure. So he has best in slot. Will he go 7 here? I'm not sure. I've seen him do it. I've seen him go 7 at 3-5 when playing Yasuo just to stabilize if he's bleeding. Or will he sacrifice 2 fights, go into neutrals, and then roll with a bit extra cash at 4-1? Let's see what he does here. Will he roll, or will he level and roll, or will he chill? There is a level 7. Okay, he's going to roll to stabilize coming into neutrals here. Because he also won as well, so he lost his lost streak. Really needs that Yas 2 ideally. Picks up the Diner as well.
We've got Morg too. Managed to get a Rel for Ironclad, so that is another defensive stat looking to boost the tankiness of this team comp.
Yeah, unfortunately, didn't find any Yasuo, spread his entire economy, found none. Hopefully he can find a couple, at least get the pair by 4-1, because that's when everyone really starts to come online. And then early Jax, wow, Shadow Locket, early Jax, I think it's going to be 2, is that 6 Skirmisher? I think it is. 6 Skirmisher, I'm not sure if Yas can deal with this. Yeah, take it all back.
Yas has managed to
just free hitting. Okay, the Jax just got stuck on this Rel. The Rel was huge that fight.
I think the CC of this comp is what's going to carry it through for a little bit for Creamy. You've got the Rel stun, we've got Nort with an AoE knock-up, Morgana stun, Thresh backline CC, Lulu as well with her transfiguration. Transfiguration? Yeah, that's the word. We'll go with that word, Twig.
Polymorph.
While we haven't been able to, yeah, that's the word I'm looking for. Polymorph, same thing, right? Let's get a Yas 2 in this comp, but at the moment for mid game 3-6, I'm pretty happy with it. Yourself?
Yeah, I think that hitting the front line here, like the front line's really, really strong. Hitting Yasuo 2 would mean a lot of like damage boost, but Yasuo is going to be able to free hit for a fairly long time with just how strong the front line is, and then Lulu will be able to protect the Yasuo from any pesky assassins that jump the queue and go straight to the Yasuo with the polymorph.
And one thing
And
that
we've
shouldn't
seen
be
that
overlooked,
here.
yeah, is that Ironclad. I didn't see that. Ironclad plus Mystic with this comp. So he's actually a lot tankier than I thought he was. Yeah, that makes making these matchups a lot better for him.
And the DPS output of Yas 1 with these Abyss items is huge. Yas is tearing through everyone, getting that true damage off thanks to his casts and increased true damage anyway with that Jeweled Gauntlet. Really, I think this is a good spot, although I did see a Coven Rise and I'm a little bit scared of that. That Katarina looking a little scary also.
A lot of scary units running around. This guy's 2 Jacks. I think we saw a Heimerdinger as well, level 7. That's That's illegal. But you know, there's a lot of strong units running around. So definitely the pace of this lobby is, I would say, accelerated because of the amount of port costs. So maybe Creamy starts to hit a wall soon because the strength of the lobby will increase sooner. You know.
Now, I'm finding the Morgana items interesting here. The Zeke's Bleak Herald. Oh, there's a second rise as well. And the Runan's Untamed Hurricane. Twig, are you slamming these items on Morg here just to see if you can get as many casts off as possible?
I think Ash is just placeholding for when they find Draven. They're just picking up as many shadow items as possible for the Forgotten Synergy. And just Morg's a good unit with Coven in, especially, you know, frontline. They're tanky enough with the extra HP from Shadow Zeeks to get a cast off, and then just let Rise do the rest of the work.
And we're seeing that work happening now. Rise getting plenty of casts off here. Auto cast, auto cast, auto cast. Kareems, this is the Rise that we were talking about earlier that you're looking forward to in the next patch being removed.
Yeah,
are you
so they
surprised
are
to see it
removing
here?
Rise from set 5.5. I personally am happy. This unit terrorizes teams, but very strong in the current meta. Is looking for some DPS, as Twig said, looking for that Draven. This Morgana's doing a lot of work early, so hopefully he can find his carry. He's donkey rolling. Hopefully he can find it soon, because he is level 7, no money, so he's kind of at a halt right now. Really needs that Draven for that 6 Forgotten in, but I think this Rise can carry him for now. We'll have to see how he goes coming up to this carousel.
For assassin option with the Revenant by putting in Ivern with Nocturne. Selling the Morgana, going to be putting items as a placeholder, I believe, on Nocturne for now as well. That is a stacked knock and terrifies me.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
For Assassin
absolutely.
knock, that is a very scary unit. You got a small buff from the patch on Thursday, small HP buff, so survive a little bit longer. Yeah, to see how he goes. He definitely wants that Draven 8 as soon as possible. Or you're not lost. He's kind of hit a wall in terms of economy and units. Hopefully, that Rise too, though. That's gonna save him a lot of HP here. A lot of HP save that unit. Just gotta find the Draven.
Now we have a Reforger on the bench, 2 chains, a spat, and a rod. Twig, are you leaving them there right now, or are you looking to gain some benefit before heading into Carousel?
I'm leaving them there at the moment. I'd like to see what I hit at Carousel first. The Reforger is really just going to be used as late as possible, I would imagine, just to make sure that they're getting as good use out of it as they can. I'm not too worried if I mesh it at the moment. Their items are really good. It's just about hoping to hit the units.
Now we're up against Creamy here, who's managed to hit that Yas too, and it's been promptly deleted. Rise entering Dark Blue buff threshold and will be CC'd before he can really gain benefit from it, but I don't think that's going to be a problem. This Nocturne's a menace, Kareems. Obviously, Draven will be the preferred option, but I'm pretty happy with this Nocturne right now.
Yeah, definitely a potent carry for now. He should be able to use this Nocturne just to buy him time, try and get to that carry that he needs. But yeah, I'm actually really surprised that he found the 4 Assassin, found the Diana, even though Diana is quite contested by the Yasuo players. But yeah, this Nocturne's doing a lot of good job. I know a lot of people have been playing Nocturne this week on ladder, so maybe we'll see a few assassin comps throughout the day. But yeah, for sure.
We're moving across to Bernski because that's bottom of the lobby. Interesting items here. Gone for 3 Dragon Slayer, 3 Skirmisher, 2 Legionnaire. Has a 2 Draven already and is looking to get some more items for him. There is a final Whisper that'll go on Draven with the Untamed Hurricane and now a Hodge. What are we thinking, Twig? Is this going to be a tanky enough front line for Draven to get the DPS out required?
I don't think so. I think they're in a very, very difficult spot at the moment. I think they're probably out at 8th here. They might be able to make it through with that 4 Dragon Slayer now, but it's definitely going to be difficult.
Going to be a struggle indeed. We're going to have...
Yeah. There's Kane, different lobby. I believe this is lobby 1.
Yeah, it looks like he played A-bomb early, and now he's in that position where you're pivoting away from your Draconic units and looking to just cap. He has that Heimerdinger too. That Heimerdinger. Oh my, I saw that. Death Cap. Like a mana item ideally, but 4-2, Heimerdinger 2. Keen is looking scary right now. 38 HP, but should be enough to carry him throughout the stage.
Really, with those
Yeah,
items on the
absolutely.
bench, you've got that BF sword there. If it was me, I would really be looking for a tier right now, looking to get that Shojin, right? You're hoping for that from Carousel or from Raptors coming up at the end of 4. Really nice mana item on Heimerdinger, and then attack speed or flex from there. Do you want to go healing with a Hex Tech? Really just see what comes up, right?
Yeah,
For sure.
Heimerdinger does have one of the highest manas in the game. I think it's like, 150, around that mark. So Shojin's definitely an item you need, if possible. So I think he'll prioritize this tier off the carousel. He should be at least first or second pick. He is obviously down the bottom at the moment, but that should allow him to secure this Shojin, which will make this Heimerdinger a monster, really. He's also got the Volibear frontline as well. I'll have to see how this progresses into carousel. Also has the A-bomb swap potentially, if he wants to go like 5 A-bomb as well. That's also a way he can cap quickly. To see what he goes for on the carousel here.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, he's got options and he's got priority in picking them. So definitely in a rather nice spot, so long as Heimding is able to get a cast or 2 off in a fight.
Heimer only getting 1 cast off in this one, or may get a second. No, not happening with that Vel'Koz. Good stuns out of the Rise, but Vel'Koz very strong with those items. Not going to be enough to get through the A-bomb. I like the positioning here. Let's talk about that. Looking at the way Keen set up the board, you've got the Dragon Turret and Zyra on the far right. You've got Heimerdinger on the left, and a good spread in the front line. Gentlemen, where are you putting your Heimerdinger, and what's really important about Keen's positioning? Starting with Krames.
Yeah, a bit of a crossfire, so A-bomb's obviously going from left to right. The Baby Dragon is going from right to left-ish. Zyra is the same way, so just a bit of a crossfire going. He did pick up that A-bomb spec, so really valuing that 5 A-bomb spike over the Shojin here. So yeah, the A-bomb's really going to be hard to deal with for a lot of these comps, particularly this early. We're not even stage 5 yet. I think this 5 A-bomb is just going to be too much.
Now, are you slamming A-bomb on the Heimerdinger here, so you have cap on the Scion, or are you looking for something different, Twig?
I don't know if I'd slam it on the Heimerdinger. I don't really want Death Cap going over to Scion. I think I'd rather leave the slot open, potentially for like a Last Whisper or an Infinity Edge. Both of those are pretty good options. Potentially slamming Zeke's to increase Heimer and the Baby Dragon's attack speed wouldn't be too bad either. I think Keen's just relaxed, waiting to see what ends up being hit. Positioning wise, it's great. I think Keen's in a really nice spot to come back a little bit in this game.
Great Kindred cast here means that Heimer's going to get 1 cast off. That Jack's really a menace. I'm not sure if that's going to be enough to deal with this board, because he got a lot cleared out in a short amount of time.
Yeah, maybe that redemption's enough. Just kicking that healing over. I think he's going to get through it. Yeah, so win streak comes to an end. Not a bad loss though. Only a 1 unit loss. Hits the brand too. That'll help his A-bomb out. Also get some extra economy from the eggs. Only got 1 egg left at the moment. He did remove the Draconics, so got away from those. Playing more just to cap his board now. Actually sells the Zyra. Interesting. So it just gets away from all the Draconic units except for the Heimerdinger. It's in the Revenant as well. So this front line's looking a lot stronger with the Revenant in. Hopefully his Void can cast. And where's he going to put the TG here? Looks like it might be a frontline TG. Very nice. And coming up against Karma here.
Pretty handy items on the Volibear as well. And it's good to see 2 Renewer in to help Heimerdinger get a couple more casts off.
Yeah, so unfortunately Karma really struggles against A-bomb. It's really hard for the Karma to get enough cast into where she's threatening, particularly level 5 A-bomb. So yeah, very good matchup for Keen there.
And the final Dragon Egg from Draconic are going to get a little bit extra coin in here, 5 gold. putting Keen at 25 coming into Raptors. Really good position here. Level 8 before Raptors. You've got Volley out there. We've got 2 Heimer. We have a 2 Rise. Good items across the board. I think Keen's in a strong position despite being middle of the lobby, and really it's going to come down to what items we get here and what's going to be available late game. There is a Warmogs available there. I am a sucker for a Warmogs on Nunu to get that true damage off more often. Are we going to be looking for that if you're Keen here, Twig, or are you going to be looking to do that and risk the Sunfire versus Warmogs on the A-bomb?
I'm not too sure. I think Keen doesn't have a particularly strong third item for Scion at the moment. They might elect to just stick with the sword on Kindred as the third item and just buff Nunu up and take the coin flip between getting an incredible item on Scion like Warmogs or a decent enough item like Sunfire. They definitely might want to be waiting to see if they're going to get an armory at 5-2. I don't think that they will, judging by how many items they've got already. I might have miscounted, but I think that component-wise they are capped. But regardless, Keen's relaxed. Keen's not worried.
Escher on the other side here, fighting against us. It's the top 2 of lobby number 2, and we've only got 4 left. How are we feeling about this? Because I think the Coven's struggling at the moment against what is another A-bomb with a 2 Heimerdinger.
Yeah, so this Nocturne has carried him to top 4. He's still 50 health. Still hasn't hit this Draven though. It's from when we last saw him really roll for Draven up, probably after neutrals. But yes, this Nocturne's definitely been really good. He was 71 HP last time we saw him. He's still 53 HP. He's in a really good spot to get top 2 here. Can he find a way to cap his board though? Maybe he just sticks with this to see how he goes.
And Draven is contested in this lobby twice. There are 2 people with 2 Dravens, so it is going to be rough for Escher to be able to find it unless one of them is eliminated. Speaking of, here's Yi, who has only 18 health points remaining. It could be an option here to remove a couple of Draven from a board and put them back in the pool.
Yeah, and that would be really, really good for Escher to knock this out and potentially roll for more Dravens. Rise is going to get Shadow Blue buff range and just obliterate the rest of the comp. Really strong spot, honestly. I'm glad that Escher was able to notice the Nocturne would be able to carry them through to this point.
And here's the other side of it. Yi, unfortunately losing that fight, does have quite the strong Draven here. Zeke's Bleak Herald, IE, Last Whisper, is really taking note of this board with the 2 Heimer. I do like the Shadow TGs out here to really capitalize on power spikes, but, you know, items like a Bloodthirster for Victor, really lucky it's on a PvE round.
Yeah, and Creamy knocked out last round, so his top 3 situations on 1 life. So can he find a way to get a win streak going and try and get a top 2 spot? Right now it's looking like Escher and Arfs are just too far ahead, 53 health, it's quite a lot. But we'll have to see how he goes. I'm not sure how he goes against the other matchup. But he's looking pretty capped. This board is pretty strong. Like he said, a lot of items, TG items. Finally found the Rise. I'm sure he's been looking for that for a while. Obviously, Escher has a few. And where does GA go? Maybe, I'm sure it's a frontline GA here. Probably Rel, if I had to guess. Or maybe he values the pony Hecarim as well. Where does this go? He's not sure.
Potentially waiting to see which unit's going to die. Oh, it slammed on the Rise. Never mind.
It's on the Rise. Okay, I don't mind it. Interesting decision. Doesn't stun the whole team, but this is too much. Bit too strong. Heimerdinger, volley. Yeah, it's just too capped at that point. So we're in a top 2 situation. Escher versus Arfs. Gonna see the other fight. Looks like Escher lost a bit of HP. But Arfs is very capped right now. It's going to be very hard for Escher to deal with the cap walls like this. He does have 50 gold though, so maybe he's gonna really go 9 and just send it after Carousel. I think he can sack 2 fights here, potentially. Depends how bad these losses are. Or will he just roll it down and try and maybe hit a Draven too, now that the other Forgotten player is gone?
Escher's got a lot of good movement and positioning here, trying to catch out Arfs. The Diana on the far left there, I like that, especially making use of the Shadow ZZ Rot at the start. Let's hope it can pull a little bit of attention its way. Really need to get a cast off though, and that CC is not looking good. Diana won't get a cast off, but will get 1,000 true damage out from that ZZ Rot.
Yeah, just a bit too capped. Arthur's level 9, is that level 2 Heimerdinger, I believe. Just too capped right now. But Escher needs to find a way to cap stronger than what he is. Looks like he is going to go 9. Will he sack on? No, he's going to go in now. Only got 8 gold to roll with, though. I'm not sure how this is going to turn out. I think he wanted to sack one more there, but just 15 HP, a bit antsy. Not sure what he's looking for. There is a Kindred. That'd be 3 Mystics. That would help against the Heimerdinger.
Could potentially be looking for the 6 Assassins since they're actually still holding the Kha'Zix, but hasn't been able to hit the Viego.
Yeah, so Viego plus Kha'Zix, yeah, would be 6 Assassins, so that would definitely improve his DPS a lot. I just think he loses here. Arfs is just too capped right now. A second place with this flexible game. I really like the way Escher played this game. Didn't win the lobby, but put himself in position, played flexibly, and found a way to top 2 this game, which will certainly help him his chances for making it to tomorrow.
And Arfs, a ripper of a game with a similar build as what we've seen over here with Keen, a very strong Heimer. This one, Rabadon's Jeweled Gauntlet and Warmog's going to be getting multiple casts out of fight, and a tanky boy indeed. Yunwal going to take some damage here. Level 9 Keen, we're looking almost at top 4. Heinze holding on by 1 HP, heading into Dragon. Twig, I'm loving this board, and I love this stacked Heimerdinger. We've seen a little bit of movement and change in positioning. Heimerdinger now put out on his own. Well, sorry, with Kindred, I should say, not in the stack near the Abomination Grave. Do you think that it's going to come down to who can deal the most damage front to back? Because this Heimer looks stacked.
I think Heimerdinger does a pretty good job in a front-to-back team fight, and especially with Warmogs being slammed onto Heimer, it's definitely a good angle. I don't think that there was really a better option for Warmogs to go on. It's not a particularly close lobby. There's still Jim Jam at 72 HP in first, and then a solid. Oh, I guess they just got a Teemo, so a little bit less than 72 HP now. But the rest of the lobby is very weak, and I would imagine that Keen's going to end up finishing with a top 2, top 3 here.
Managed to pick up a Lux and a level 2 Ivern, so that's going to help with Daisy getting a little stronger. Got the Zephyr here, and that's going to pick up a triple Chalice Syndra, who is boosting the power of this Vel'Koz. That is a lot of AP.
Yeah, where that baby dragon go, just delete. Unfortunately, Kindred couldn't ult in time, but Heimerdinger is still alive, but I just can't see him doing enough damage here. This Vel'Koz is just way too strong. Jim Jam in a great spot, 68 HP, looking capped. And yeah, this Vel'Koz is just lasering everyone. Syndra just throwing him around as well for good measure. Garen in his face. Just really, really solid team comp. Very nice.
And a tanky Garen at the front there with the Shadow Claw as well to get that extra magic resistance. Now a 2 Teemo for Jim Jam. Look, that comp I think is a first place comp, and I think Heinze and Keen are going to be playing for second here.
Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely playing for second here, I think. Hopefully he can get a top 2 heal. What is he playing against? Oh, there's a Darius too. Definitely wants to get away from that unit. Maybe frontline the Lux for Zephyr here. This is Zephyr. Oh, I think that's going to be a Pantheon or Lulu. I'm in the middle there. It's the Lulu, okay. That is a scary,
really
scary
strong
Darius.
comp here.
Yeah.
And Darius, shredding the armor, was trying to make way for the Jax to do some extra damage. We're going to see the scout across, and Heinze may actually beat this here. Does. We're seeing the Shadow fighting
so
Keen. So a balanced top 3.
Okay. So Jim beat Keen. Keen beat Heinze, and Heinze beat Jim. Okay. Bit of rock, paper, scissors going right now. To see just all positioning here. Can he position around this Vel'Koz? I think the
Don't
Zephyr's
be
the
rather
key here. I
difficult.
think Zephyr can win him a fight here. If you can Zephyr that Valkos or the Jax. I think he should be positioning around the Valkos here. Valkos is on the left at the moment. Bit of mind games here. Didn't hit it, unfortunately. Hit the Cinder again.
But
It
the
is now a
Vel'Koz
four
being moved
Invoker.
over a bit now is better. It means that that first cast didn't hit Heimerdinger. Now going to be hitting Heimerdinger and not going to be getting a cast off. The positioning wasn't horrible this time, but it's certainly not going to be enough.
Yeah, unfortunately, a full channel on the Heimerdinger. Hinzi lives with that 1 HP. Will he win the lobby, actually? He is seems to be beating a redeemed player, but top 3 for Keen. Very nice to him. But yeah, this skirmisher build with the Jax, very interesting, and then redeemed on the other side, 4 Invoker. More of a vertical redeem comp, actually. Very interesting.
I really like the setup here with this Darius supporting the Jax, getting that armor shred. We've got the 6 skirmisher, you've got a Kindred on the board, and you've got a Viego as well. That's now 2 Viego. Not so sure about the Archangels, but certainly going to get him a little bit of extra damage as he goes for more captures in the back line. Twig, really it comes down to placement and whether this Nidalee can Shadow Cloak, Raptor Cloak the Vel'Koz.
Yeah, I believe that they are going to miss, and that I don't think it's going to cost the fight, but it's definitely going to influence it a lot. Huge Vel'Koz ultimate, alright, Darius is immediately dead. I don't see a way for Hinzi getting out of this.
Yeah, good game. Amazing Valkos. I think the entire team. It's always going to be an uphill battle for. So we see Fish, top 3. Fish, one of the favorites coming into this tournament. And it looks like he's playing Aphelios. Aphelios is a comp we haven't seen yet. But I think it's a really powerful comp. It does require a lot of cap. Like, you need to get to Kindred. That's the main problem with the comp. Like, sometimes you might not go 8 safely, sometimes you might just not hit it. Level 9 has a Kindred 2, so has a Darius 2, Tarek 2, Rise 2, looks very, very strong at the moment. In the top 2 situation against Get Off, so let's see who takes this lobby out, looking very capped. Karma, okay.
It's really nice with this Darius as well. Every cast, Darius is getting tankier with more HP, has the Shadow Claw, has a Hodge. You've got a Tarek out there who's also tanky with the Shadow Locket. You've got Kindred for the backline support to try and make sure that Aphelios stays on the board for longer. Really a well-balanced board, great items. You've got a Rise to boot as well. Just really impressed with the way that this has all been structured.
Absolutely.
Yeah, both comps really capped. Can he kill this Karma? Revenant Karma. 102 is delaying the fight a little bit. Pretty close fight. Deathblade's stacking though. This Deathblade's getting a bit scary. 150. Oh, just couldn't kill. The Karma just could not kill the Aphelios. Fishball wins 2 HP. Nice to see Aphelios doing well as well. That's a nice win.
Aphelios being one of my favorite units this set. And nice to see a well-stacked Deathblade as well. 195 stacks that got to in the end. Oh, let me get back on camera for everyone. Nice to see how hard that got stacked. I'm liking the Ranger comp as well, not needing a Ginsu's because you get that benefit of the Ranger boost. So able to prioritize Deathblade, Runans, and Hodge. Twig, is Aphelios one that we need to watch out for in this comp, uncontested and available?
I think uncontested, definitely. I think they can do rather well. As Crimes was saying, it does cap out at Kindred. Once you hit it, really good spot. But if you don't end up hitting Kindred, it's super off. 4 ranges with Vayne, it doesn't do anything, really. So definitely need the Kindred. Being able to position into 4 or 5 Mystic at the end there as well, especially against Karma, does a lot of work and keeps everything alive.
A lot of tank, survivability, and lifesteal as well to get that AD cast across the whole board. We'll be back, ladies and gentlemen. This has been the first installment of today's game. 64 players going to be whittling down to 48 at the end of today. It's the TFT Reckoning Series for Oceania Mid-Set Invitational presented by Order, and we'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone, to the Teamfight Tactics Reckoning Series Oceania Mid-Set Invitational presented by Order. I'm Judge. I'm joined by Kareems and Twig, and we're heading into game number 2 of this first day of 4. We saw many boards in the last game. Of course, plenty playing out across 8 lobbies. We've got 64 players playing 5 games across 8 lobbies today. And after game number 3, we will be eliminating the bottom 8 players. So, Twig, we're going to get right into the action on game number 2 with Drowsy Sword, who's managed to pick up an Ashe with the Varus for 2-1.
Yeah, definitely would have. They definitely would have liked to have hit set as well by now and just have a 3 Draconic opener at 2-1, which can always. It's always good. Exactly what the other player has hit here. But again, Ash Varus can do work. The 2-star Udyr at the start of the game is always really, really strong as well.
Nice tank at the front. If it was me, and they're going to win this one, Drowsy Sword, I would have slammed that Runen straight into Varus, looking to pivot it into something else later. Varus doing Runens very well for some damage output. But I think that might just be me being a little extra aggressive. Kareem, so what about yourself? Would you be pushing and slamming decent items like that right now, or are you comfortable just sitting here playing the shop?
Yeah, I think it'd be interesting to see if he slams something here. He does have an AP opener potentially, Shojin Rod. But it depends if he wants, how badly he wants to play Abomination Draconic opener. It is quite contested by the looks of it. I see at least a few Nunus as well. That guy has it, so maybe he'll start slamming Shojin Rod. Just because, he can actually play Lux here. He has Range Blade and Shojin. There it is. Lux did get nerfed, but this will sustain him throughout the stage. As soon as he finds Redeemed and a little bit more DPS, he should be okay. So, yeah, early Lux should be enough. Looks like he's not going to play Abomination, so I just couldn't quite hit the Draconic unit, which would have been a trigger. And he's also contested as well.
The Lux items here are nice. If he did go that way and playing the Draconic A-Bomb, that you could pivot to Zyra A-Bomb for that as well, because you've got the Shojins, you've got for that CC and damage across the board. That Varus only just going to survive for another second. We see the stun come out from Ash, but it won't be enough with that Trundle stealing stats, and it will be the first loss of the lobby for Drowsy Sword. But I do like this position right now. Unfortunately, there's no Leona here, really, so that we could get 3 redeemed and really start getting some extra power on that Lux.
Yeah, unfortunately, it didn't hit the Draconic. He can't make 10 here. He's actually quite poor. Interesting to see if he gets away from... I can't see him getting away from Ash, though, so interesting to see what he takes off the carousel and how his economy progresses into next stage.
Doing some good scouting, going to be up against 4 Forgotten, and that is a nice Vayne. I'm a big fan of Crit Vayne. I like the Zeke's Bleak Herald into the Sacrificial Gauntlet, and then a Runens for that extra true damage proc spread. Twig, are we going to be seeing that played out here, or is Vayne very much a item holder for Draven these days?
I think these days it's definitely an item holder. Vayne had their week of just being one of the most frustrating things to see and just demolishing everything. But I think at the moment, I don't think it's something people are going to want to play. They might be forced into it, depending on if you have 5 Vaynes at 2-4, you might consider it. But I think most of the time, Forgotten comps are going to be better when they're built around Draven.
I tend to agree, and the difference in items that you're building for around a Draven as well, it's not like Vayne is a perfect transition into the Showmaster. You're looking at things like Zeke's Bleak Herald could be used, of course, for the attack speed, but really you're looking for things like IE, you're looking for Last Whisper, Bloodthirster, those sorts of high AD items. Right, Kareems?
Yeah, for sure. 2% rel. We're seeing a lot of 2% units in these games today. It's a very early rel, so you will be able to hit 6 redeem pretty early, you would think. Just needs to find what Aatrox and what's the other one?
Syndra,
that's the one. So pretty low cost units. So maybe he rolls 6 redeem for 3-2. I have to see what he goes for. But definitely can get that 6 redeem spike happening early with that 4 cost.
Saw Drowsy Sword debating over the Kled for Cavalier on Rel or the Ash option. Twig, if it was you looking at this board, would you be going the extra sustain for Cavalier, or are you picking the CC with the Ash Arrow?
I would probably pick the CC with the Ash Arrow. It also does give ranger buff to Varus. There's not too much DPS. Like, there's a decent amount of tankiness with Rel and the Udyr frontline. So I think that they're picking a tiny bit more DPS with ranger buff and a bit more CC with the Ash ult. It's probably going to be better. Kled as a unit isn't going to do much here. It's mostly just to make Rel get a cast off, but this early into the game, Rel's going to get a cast off most of the time.
So you can see I was pretty frustrated there. Has 5 1-costs in the shop, and none of them are Aatrox. Unlucky. Let's see if you can pick up some of these redeem units over neutrals.
It's also unfortunate that Drowsy's not playing Dawnbringer, right? You've got 2 Graggy, 2 Kha'Zix there, and we're looking at Fortune Chosen playing 3 Dawnbringer, who could have really used a Kha'Zix, to be honest.
Yeah, that was a very strong, very tanky Gragas at the moment. They did nerf his damage reduction a little bit on Thursday, but really annoying champion to try and get through early to Dawnbringer and as well as the Brawl buff. He's actually fighting Drowsy Sword himself, the one was watching. There's a great Sorok ult, but I think he has the damage to get through this. I'm not sure he can get through this Lux, yeah. It's too strong with those Lux shields.
I like the thought of the Archangels on Gragas, that every time he drinks from his keg, he's going to get tankier and tankier and reduce damage and do more damage every time, but I just don't see the practicality of it. You know, it's a cool idea, I just don't think it's going to work.
Have you not played Chug Jug Gragas, Judge?
And I have not played Chug Jug Gragas, no, and I like the concept, I just don't see it late game.
Yeah, I agree. If you want to play Chug Chug Gragas, feel free to lose your LP. It's fine.
Yep.
Just pray to Mort and go play normals. Fortune Chosen does have the Riven, which I like. I am a big fan of Riven, have in every set that she's appeared in. Some decent items. We've got a Spat, you've got Rod, Bow, Chain Vest, and a Nikos, just in case. We will hit 4 Dawnbringer now. So we've got pair Riven. I'm pretty happy with this spot, but Kareem's, are you waiting for something to really have Fortune Chosen hit their next power spike?
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to, like, what's his direction here? I guess he could, like, he has a lot of options. He has Spat, he has Nico, he can play towards a 4-cost unit. I don't think he knows yet either. He'll probably make his decision after he sees a few more items. Like usually you slam an item here with 3 components, or 4 components even, but with no direction, he just has to buy his time. He's on a 2-loss streak and just see what his items tell him to do.
We've got Dawnbringer v Dawnbringer, and I think the difference is going to be whether this Jax can pop off. Is getting a fair bit of damage out here, but will be stunned at the last minute by Riven. Chug Jug's gulped down, and I think the Jax has done enough for this to be brought through. If we have a look at that damage chart, Riven only just getting over 2k. It's not a lot to begin with. And I think you're right. I think Fortune Chosen's trying to find their game plan. They've got Dawnbringer, but that's just where they are now, and where they need to be could be completely different.
It's an interesting position. He has a Dawnbringer Spat there, but not enough items to suggest to play it. And he has another Rod as well, which would push him towards Dawnbringer. Let's see what he goes for. Does he slam a Shadow Locket here just to save a bit of HP? Level? Oh, wow. He's Okay, well, he has direction now. It's one more Karma, slam a Nico, and he's hard chilling. Wow.
Yep.
That is a huge Karma and a lot of AP. The Shadow Rabadons are getting that 100 AP in. We've got Syndra here as well. I really like for the Invoke, not just for the Invoker, but just for Syndra. I think that she is such an amazing unit for the backline, just for her ability to get rid of someone just like this Katarina. Yeet her to the backline, do some damage, and protect the Karma at all costs. Not going to be enough in this fight, but I like it in general.
Yeah, 6 Forgotten, a bit too much of a spike here. One of the stronger mid-game comps. Yeah, they're just way too strong. It's going to take a little while for him to get on, but he has direction now. He's got to save a bit of HP. Riven 2 will definitely save him a bit of HP. Also has a Nilly now. Actually has 6 Dawnbringer. Does he drop Soraka here? I guess you would. Or even the Brawler buff here, that makes sense as well. Nice, so 6 Dawnbringer has the Riven 2 will save him a lot of HP as well. Yeah, will he go for a Dawn Spat off this carousel? Probably not. Probably needs a mana item, like a Karma. Not sure. Like, what would you go for here, Twig, on the carousel?
I'd potentially be looking for, as you said, the Dawnbringer Spat. If not, Shadow Hodge. Karma at the moment, like with 2 Invoker in, Karma generates a decent amount of mana, so it's not too worrying. But you don't want to get Shadow Shojin particularly. You don't really want Shadow Blue buff at all either. So using that Shadow tier is going to be problematic for the future. They definitely would probably prefer a regular one at the moment. But that being said, I think Shadow Hodge can actually do rather well if you have, like, it's not the first option, obviously, but if you don't have any other options, it can be rather helpful.
Yeah, and he did slam the half tier on it already, so it looks like he might take your advice here and get this 4 gold glove to, close out Shadow Hodge.
Oh, very
there
nice.
There you go. Shadow Hodge.
I
will
like
be the third
this.
item. Yep.
Shadow Hodge is very useful on, as we all know, on champs that have AoE damage, because you're looking to maintain that buff for as long as possible. Get a 2 Karma, Shadow Hodge, Rabadons, Archangels, going to be building AP very quickly when we get to that auto cast stage, and healing off of it, lots of damage. I like this for 3-5.
Yeah, definitely a good stable position now. They found their direction very quickly. It only took 1 roll down once they leveled to find it, but they did find the Karma, so they've got the Nikos on bench. They are completely relaxed. They know exactly how the rest of their game is going to play out.
Not so sure about selling the Syndra there. I understand it from an econ perspective, push to that 41, but and you have got the Ivern. Positioning for 4 Invoker could have been an option. Do you really think it's worth it compared to the Dawnbringer here, Twig?
Not this early. I think that it's possible to go back and find the Syndra. I think that they need to make up econ to be able to push 7 at 4-1, potentially. Dawnbringer really caps off around Garen. Garen is such an insanely strong tank that gives Karma a lot more time to get all of the cast stuff. And they did have the Ivern on bench, so they don't really necessarily need 4 Invoker. From this position, this low HP with imperfect items, they're probably just looking to try and get as strong a board as they can as quickly as possible.
And changing it up here, we'll come back to Fortune Chosen later. Let's have a look at Shuffle Type. 6 redeemed. We got a Bleak Herald Varus and a Shadow Last Whisper, a Final Whisper even. But it's not enough to take a win there. That's their first loss after a little. And they had a bit of a win streak coming on to before the carousel, but Kareem's not able to get it post-carousel. What are we looking for next in this redeemed lineup? And is it a Vel'Koz?
He doesn't really have Vel'Koz items. No Rod, no Tier. I'm not sure what his plan is. Will he go for like a Bulldozer kind of comp with the Varus? I'm not sure. He doesn't really have items for it. I have no idea what his direction is here. Maybe this is too strong to pivot out of though. So maybe he just plays around the Varus, buys his time, goes level 8, and maybe goes for something like an Aphelios maybe. But that again would be a bit of a stretch. Interesting to see what he does in the earliest parts of stage 4. I just think this is too strong to pivot at the moment.
I tend to agree. Explain to me, Twig, the pleb that I am, why do we have Rel positioned on the right-hand side here and not the left to make that stun as long range as possible?
I think that they don't mind too much. It's going to go towards the Lux regardless. It's basically just to try and get Leona to tank a little bit more, as it's 2-star Leona, a little bit higher HP, can survive a little bit longer. The backline is always going to be the furthest away from the Rel, so while the stun is a shorter range in total, its effective range remains the same, really.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. If you're wondering at home on your positioning, there's an update for you. As we get the Wolves, we're going to get a decent item from this. No, we get some units, and Pantheon not going to be too useful outside of the 3 gold that he's worth, but we do get a Nocturne that's being held onto. And why are we holding a Nock here? Is that just denying for someone else?
Well, he might, if he starts hitting at like 3 or 4 extra Nocturnes, he might consider pivoting, because these are okay items on Nocturne, but he's not really hitting any of them right now. He hasn't seen any 4 costs either. Yeah, that is not bad. He didn't get too much stronger there. I'm a bit worried about his late game here. I'm not sure how this is going to scale well into stage 5. Not sure what his plan is here.
Interesting items from Gidoff. Can you explain this board for me? Because I'm seeing Knights, I'm seeing the Renewers, but I'm not quite understanding this Lysandra carry.
I think Lysandra is very underrated, very strong in the mid game. So stage 2, stage 3, she's actually incredibly powerful. Looks like Get Off's just going to fast state here. He hasn't rolled at all. He's 50 gold. I think he's just going to use this Lysandra to get to level 8 and then find a better carry. He's picking up Ivan, so maybe a Karma. He's picking up, he had some Dawnbringer units. He had a Gragas in there as well. So looking like maybe a Karma game from Get Off. Have to see how that progresses.
Interestingly enough, Fish in the same lobby coming into the store here. Having a bit of a scout, see what everyone else has got. Some good options, and we'll go with a Chain Vest. That's Frozen Heart Cannon, and manages a Diana from the shop as well. Twig, are you happy with these items if you're here for 6 Skirmisher?
Yeah, reasonably happy. I think Jax with Shadow Bloodthirster is always rather nice. There are some different items you can go on Jax. I quite like the items they've got on there at the moment. Hitting 6 Skirmisher is pretty nice. They are rather low HP, which is a bit concerning, but having the Frozen Heart Cannon is always going to help once Cannon is able to get that ult off, which is going to take some time this fight with the Soraka, but otherwise it's rather nice. Jax is just free hitting until just then, and is going to be able to scale up into the fight rather well.
So looks like Get Off did go fast state. He sold his, what did he have, Lysandra, and now has a Heimerdinger. Didn't put any items in play though, that's an interesting decision. Still has that blue buff and JG, could have put that on the Heimerdinger, which would help that fight, but yeah, good win from Fish here. Needs to start win streaking, save a bit of HP, and find a way to go 8. Hits the Cannon 2, is actually a big spike. Frozen Heart is going to be applying to the backline as well. So I actually don't mind Fish's position here. Also has the Jax too. Can't afford to lose too many more fights. He wants to stay around 30 before neutrals. So. And slams a Skirm spat as well. Okay, not bad. 6 Skirm. Opens up 9 Skirm, which is kind of a meme at level 9. I don't think he's ever going to hit that. But let's see what happens.
Yeah,
I like
hitting
this,
3 Ironclad.
I like this position. Yeah, sorry, Twig. We were thinking the same thing. That the prioritizing that 3 Ironclad, right?
Yep. Definitely gives a lot of strength to the comp since every unit in Skirmisher is a frontline unit, so making them as tanky as possible is always going to do well. Rel is by themselves a fantastic unit. Jax, obviously core of the Skirmisher comp, the way that's being played here anyway. And then Nautilus, just handy little bit of extra CC.
I think the only part of this comp that I'm a little nervous about is its lack of AoE. You don't have... you've got some AoE stuns, some AoE CC with the Rel and the Nautilus, and that's great. But without Jax having a Runins or even a Runins Untamed, that Jax is lacking AoE output. And when you look at other comps, they prioritize that AoE damage, right? Always it's a simple equation, really. Damage output versus damage mitigation. And whoever comes out on top really is the one that's going to be winning the fight. And AoE damage always seems to come out on top unless you're just unfathomably tanky.
You're absolutely right, and the thing that they've just done to make up for that is probably getting the Shadow Morello on Cannon here. Yep, there it is. And so that's going to help do a little... It's not AoE like a Valkyr's ultimate or anything like that, but when Cannon goes around, it's going to be burning everything for a lot of damage.
And Kareem's that Shadow Morello as well, doing the 100% of their max health over 25 seconds. It's a slow burn, but it's one that certainly does burn. As we head to Razza, can you contrast those 2 boards for me? We've got Forgotten with Draven here, and you've got those Skirmishers that we had just seen. Which comp are you feeling is going to be a stronger comp overall, given position around 4-5?
I like this 3-item Draven over the Vayne with only 1 item. I thought maybe the Shadow Blue buff Rise might carry, but... Oh, wow, the CC though. Okay, never mind. That Viego, I did not see that. That level 7 Viego just CC'd the Draven. Really big there. Actually, I feel like he should not have won that fight, but that Viego definitely turned the fight. 5 seconds stun. Nice little win there for Amazing there.
1% Viego turning it around. I think he is a strong unit, and I don't think he's prioritized enough sometimes. His ability to turn a fight with great positioning, taking one of the enemy carries and turning it against them. But at the same time, don't just force Viego. Chat, don't force Viego.
Razza also has a Viego. I think he took this one off the carousel. He might try and get it in. I'm not sure. He's board again. Also has a GA, Bramble perhaps. Will he play this Viego, or does he value the Thresh here? Biggest issue with Raz's board is the front line, I thought. Thresh 1, I mean, this Hecarim's okay. No Raldo, no Cavalier. No Rise 2 yet. The Rise 2 will definitely be a big help. Just buy a bit more time for this Draven.
Draven's positioning, smurfing a little bit there. He moved far left instead of walking forward at all. So the Vel'Koz cast completely missed him, and he was able to dodge a lot of damage. Lux almost one-shotting him. The power of a stacked Lux. Twig, are we confident in Raz's position and able to hit moving towards Raptors?
Yeah, rather confident. Finding yet another Rise here is rather good. They've got decent amount of money. Middle of the pack as far as HP, but if you look, the lobby, aside from the very bottom, is rather close. There's only 22 HP separating Raza from first place, and so Raza hasn't capped their board out yet. There are a couple people that have more units to hit still. Raza's hit decent enough items. It's obviously not what some people would prefer for Draven, but hitting 2-star Draven and missing out on 2-star of some other units isn't the end of the world.
2-star Draven, a potential carry indeed on his own. We're going to see a lot of 4-cost units bought up here. Looking to get that Rise and that Draven maxed out. Could we potentially see a 3-star Draven, or is that going to be too much of an ask given Raz's economy and position in the lobby?
I mean, he has 5 already. He needs, what, 4 more potentially if he values the Nico. Maybe gets the Nico armory at 5-2. Right now he has no money, so it's going to take quite a lot of money for him to hit that. But I think you hold it. Definitely hold it. Particularly because if there is some amazing contesting him. So it will slow down amazing spike as well. Amazing being in first place. With that vein that we saw earlier. So yeah, I like this idea. It opens up the option. And I think it's a genuine option to hit as well.
Just caught a glimpse of another Aphelios in this lobby who's got Bleak, Herald, it's got Last Whisper, and it's got a Bloodthirster, so a lot of sustain. Raza pulling through this fight, and we might get down to an Aphelios and Draven brawl at some point, which I'm quite looking forward to. Twig, do you have a couple of carries that you really enjoy facing off against one another?
I definitely like seeing the attack damage carries, such as Draven and Aphelios fighting. I like seeing the Vel'Koz fighting, just because it's the same idea. It's the same principle, you know, it's ability power, it's attack damage, but they both play and look rather different when they're fighting each other. That being said, mirror matchups are always rather fun because it all comes down to positioning and who can, you know, mind game the other person.
Now, I like the prioritization here of the Runins Untamed and popping it on Rise. It doesn't get the on-hit effects, Kareems, but it is another shadow item to power up the Draven and power up the board in general. We do get the GA Viego as well. Are we looking at a really strong board now with the Viego in?
Yeah, so that's the 3 shadow items now. Puts in the Viego with GA, so that Viego's should be able to hit a few targets. It looks pretty strong. Looking really, really strong. This Rise to Draven to Viego. Looking like he's really starting to cap now. Which means he can just win streak, and then he'll make a decision at 50 gold whether he wants to roll for this Draven 3 or whether he wants to go up to 9. You'll have to do
one final point I'd like to make on Raza before we move to Roger is looking at that fight as well. It wasn't all hinged on the Draven. Draven did the most damage, but only just. And the Rise got a very close second. Draven was CC'd by Thresh for quite some time there. So this Forgotten board for Raza looking strong, not only because it's hinging on one carry, but because Rise can step up to the plate as well.
Yeah, Rise really is that secondary carry in that comp. As we switch point of views, is that... So 6 redeem, looks like, is that a Lux 1? No, it's Lux 2, it's okay. Bit of a weak front line, looking for that roll pair. Is versing Raz, unfortunately switches into a Shroud. Oof, hopefully he can kill a few units here. Looks like Raza is a bit too strong here. But maybe the Revenant buys enough time. Let's see what happens here.
Does a little bit. We get the pony flipped out the way. Vel'Koz's going to get a cast off, but it's just not going to be enough. Rise manages to get a stun. We do see Lux getting a bit of damage out each time she casts, but there's Draven. One axe straight to the face, and Viego taking out the Syndra. Razza really strong.
Yeah, Razza in a great position to at least top 2 this lobby. Have to see if anyone can outcap him as we come into the stage 5 carousel.
Redeem spat there for Roger, which could potentially unlock some things, make the comp a little bit easier to play. Yep, does go for it, which is good, I think. Definitely still rather weak. They've got two-star Vel'Kars, which is always nice in Redeemed. This is the second Redeemed spat for the comp as well, which is worthy of note.
Thought about the Teemo there.
What about the
I
Teemo
saw that hover.
against it? Goes for the Taric instead, a bit more armor, a bit more HP as well. I feel like he needs some items on this Vel'Kars, but I'm not sure how you do that in the spot. I don't think you saw Rise 2, you can't sell Lux. Lacking a bit of damage, as Twig said. Have to see how he goes. Coming up to stage 6. He gets shrouded again. He must be getting tilted off from these shrouds. Shadow Shroud this time. Very, very annoying.
Great Rel stun to trap most of the board, and Vel'Kars will get, well, half a cast off, not even, before getting CC'd. And throwing the Diana to the back, and that Diana will now get into Vel'Kars' second cast, but this Skirmisher board is huge, and Jax is right on the back line, slapping away.
Yeah, Fish really coming home strong now. He was at 41 health, in 8th position around stage 4-3, and now he's hot streaking, 4 wins in a row now, and he's currently in 2nd place. Really nice. A lot of Viegos running around. It looks really, really good. That Shroud roll in the TG, that fight, was really critical as well. To see how if Fish can win streak in the neutrals here, get a 5 streak going, build that economy up, and really push towards capping his board.
Really great little tech here on Fish's board. The Assassin Shadow Morello Lee Sin. If positioned right and getting onto the back line, that Lee Sin, after that first cast, is going to get a ton of true damage off across a whole fight. I really, really enjoy that. An Assassin spat Lee Sin is a favorite of mine in general, but that Shadow Morello just bringing it to another level, Twig.
Yeah, absolutely. Lee Sin's just a really, really strong, powerful unit in the Skirmisher comp. Gives Skirmisher, obviously, gives Nightbringer. Allowing it to jump into the backline and slow down the enemy's carries is going to be really pivotal here with so many people playing attack damage-based carries like the Draven and like the one Aphelios we saw earlier.
And I really like the Diana Skirmisher spat, Frozen Heart, which is just a staple of Diana play, and a Ginsu's as well. Going to get that cast off quickly, going to get a second cast off potentially if the fight lasts that long between the Maud 2 and the Jax. I really just enjoy Fish's, I guess, flexibility in the board right now with the item choices.
Yeah, one of the smartest players in this tournament, really. Everyone always knows Fish is one of the smarter players, willing to play anything at any time. Won the last lobby. Can he win 2 in a row? He's definitely one of the favorites for this tournament. I rate him really highly. See how he closes out his board. Will he go 9? Will he roll down here? I think he will go 9. He's looking really strong. I don't think he's going to lose too much HP if he does sack a couple. What does he do here? He might sit. If he levels, he can get that 4 assassin going. He's sitting on 3 assassin. Maybe get another one in. Grand Claw on the lead as well. So yeah, maybe just level up, put in that 4th assassin, and that's just your board. Oh, that is an Aphelios 3 though, I think. Is that a golden Aphelios?
Yeah, that's a
my
It is.
goodness. That's going to be hard to kill. Wow.
And great items on that Aphelios as well. Good positioning here for the Lee Sin, and I certainly would be positioning for this Aphelios if it was me. I like the stack though, and no, I'm going to be getting directly onto him. Bleak Herald, Final Whisper, Bloodthirster, and he is going to chunk when he casts again and again. Not going to get that ramping damage because it doesn't have a Death Blade, but 3 Aphelios don't need it.
Definitely
Yeah,
not.
too strong. It's going to make the lobby interesting because I think everyone's going to lose to this. Even Fish, who looked like he was going to top 2 this lobby, and now it's just a matter of matchmaking. Who's going to get knocked out by this Aphelios? So we're in a top 5 situation. Everyone's really low. Everyone's under 20, but everyone's going to be trying to. Oh, that assassin!
Oh my god!
Okay, good timing. Here is the golden Aphelios. Even gets the Ironclad spat 4 Ironclad as well. Good luck, Fish, with the skirms. Good luck getting through this.
Yeah.
And good
This
luck.
ironclad, like the spats that have been available in this last store have been insane. Absolutely insane. And I am terrified.
It's
Yeah.
2 ironclad spats in this lobby. It's rather mental, actually. That's so lucky.
Yeah, there's 2 Dravens, a skirmisher player. Like, it's gonna be really hard for them to get through this. The only thing that I think might hurt him will be the Rise. We'll have to see. But I just think this Aphelios is unkillable. Like, good luck.
Yep.
This Kindred next to it as well. Here is a Forgotten. Like, I just can't see him getting through this board. Rise is the only thing I can see that can stop this. We'll have to see what happens.
I think that you're not going to have enough CC in any of these other boards to stop this Aphelios. As soon as he casts, 4 units die out of the 8 that are being targeted. Like, this Aphelios is insane. And we hit a top 3 position. Razza, Fish, and Shuffle, the 3 remaining in this lobby for game number 2. And I like the stack as well. I like Shuffle's decision to bring every unit back, really corner this Aphelios. I think maybe like the Rise option here could be what, with positioning could, very loose could turn it around. But I think the only thing that really would contest possibly isn't in this lobby. It's no Karma. There's no Vel'Koz to prevent this stack. I think those 2 options really would have been the only potential counter. And even still, it's a 3 Aphelios, right?
Yeah, and both of his opponents are running Viego, so that's the last thing you want. The last thing you want is a 5-second stun on this Aphelios. So I don't mind the stack. It does limit the win condition of the opponent. And yeah, this Aphelios is just tearing apart this skirmisher player. Like, oh, maybe not. Like, this is pretty close. Oh.
I think it's been close because of that Maud, but with Maud down, it's Fish out in 3rd. Razza managed to get a win, but I'm not sure what board Razza just played against.
I'm not sure what he played against. I can't see this board beating Shuffle though, so he must have fought Fish's Ghost. See what he goes for on this carousel. ROC, okay, not bad. He's not sure. Not terrible though. I guess that just goes on Kindred to make sure he casts. That's the main thing. If Kindred casts, he just wins the fight. Gonna roll for this Kindred 2 as well. There it is. Nice Kindred 2. That's a huge, actually, that's actually a huge change in these fights as well. And I'm not sure how much.
And Darius 2.
Wow. Okay, he just hit, mate. Darius 2, Kindred 2, a level 8, pretty good. I can't see
visibly happy about that.
He knows. He just hit. He knows that was good. In a great position. He gets shrouded. I don't think it's going to matter. I just can't see this board losing. It's going to have to be something miraculous.
Does get a Nautilus knock-up to CC Aphelios for just a moment, but the amount of damage that Aphelios is putting out, it is wiping the board. There is a Rise stun, and there is a Kindred that's clutching it. Can we compete? We can. Shuffle takes it out, and that was one heck of a lobby. Twig, talk to me about this Aphelios. We've managed to see a 3 Aphelios come out with huge items to carry that lobby for Shuffle. Is there anything that anyone could have done to try and take that out?
Contested a little. I think that particular game is really difficult to beat. Most people in that lobby were running attack damage comps, and 2 Ironclad spats for 4 Ironclad kind of makes it impossible to actually beat. There was tons of Armor Shred and MR Shred from the Final Whisper and the Darius, so it really was as good of an Aphelios comp as you can get at that point. There wasn't too much anyone can do to stop it, other than maybe have late game rather large Vel'Koz as well, but again, not in that lobby.
It is not to be. Kareems, any advice for anyone coming up against Shuffle's Aphelios in future lobbies?
Just contest the Kindreds. If they can't hit the Kindred, the comp actually really can't cap that well. There's a couple of Forgotten players, maybe they can pick up some Kindreds in that lobby, but Aphelios 3, they would have had to identify that early and start picking them up. Would have been tricky, but that comp would have been hard for. It was just too capped. Aphelios 3, 4 Ironclad, 2 Ironclad spats. Hit the Darius 2, Kindred 2. It's just, unless you're contesting him, it's just too much.
Well, somebody check Shuffle's DMs, because I think Mort's in them. Well, that's going to be game 2 for us, and we're going to be right back after a few short moments. Of course, this is the Teamfight Tactics Reckoning series for Oceania. It's the Mid-Set Invitational presented by Order, and we'll be right back. Welcome back to the Teamfight Tactics Reckoning Series, Oceania Mid-Set Invitational presented by Order. I'm Judge, and I'm joined by Kareems and Twig. We've just had our second game for the day, and we'll be having one more before 8 participants are eliminated. Kareems, we've had 2 fantastic games, and we just saw an Aphelios 3-star win out a lobby. talk to me about the 2 winning comps that we've seen so far from the lobbies that we've viewed, and what we can expect moving forward.
Yeah, so we saw Philios doing really well. We've seen it win 2 lobbies now. We saw Redeemed as well. So I haven't seen as much Karma. Maybe we'll see a bit more Karma in these few games, but Redeemed, Abomination, Forgotten, Aphelios, Karma, Skirmishes. Those seem to be the most popular comps that we've seen so far. Will we see something more out of the box? I'm surprised I haven't seen Assassin comp yet. We've seen quite a few people practicing that throughout the week. That's a comp I'm looking forward to see if anyone pulls out.
We saw the makings of an Assassin comp with a stacked Nocturne earlier on that really was just trying to be an item holder for a Draven. Twig, as we now move to this lobby, we're early in the piece. We've managed to catch Keen at 1-2 and getting some items set up. Now over to Perfect Slumbers in a similar sort of position. Does have Legionnaire available, but has got the 2 Vayne with Runins. I like that. Where are you positioning yourself in this situation? Are you slamming that Runins or are you waiting?
I'm definitely waiting. I think that although it used to be really strong in the past and it is rather fun to watch, I don't think that Vayne is a comp that you want to go towards immediately. It's the sort of thing where you go, I don't have anything else, I guess I'll play this. It's not really the thing you want to seek out, and it's still early. You never know what's going to happen. You can randomly hit some really good 3-cost units if you pre-level, or after this combat they might hit a different really good 3-cost unit. It's too early in the piece to really pick one particular comp to go towards, especially with these items.
I think you're right, my friend. Looking at the Knight positioning here, could put Knight in over Graggy. You're going to put Knight in and the makings of Redeemed over having Callista in there. I like this. A bit of frontline and relying on the Vayne to get your DPS out with that Silver Bolts proc. Kareem's, you confident of this Vayne's ability against Hellions? They've got a Lulu early.
Yeah, Hellions is usually pretty good early. Early Lulu, early Ziggs too. Looks a bit too strong. No items in play, but I don't think Vayne has the DPS at the moment to get through all of these. Just too many. Look at that, 4 units on the field. He's going to unvote him as well. Question mark him. Yeah, a Varus would slot in really nicely onto this board. Would give him Redeemed and Ranger as well. So looking for that early Varus, that'll help him stabilize. As we come into the armory, Shadow Bow or the Glove. Do you prioritize this last Whisper? Maybe Shadow Hurricane as well. Looking for the bow, maybe.
Isn't too sure.
Goes for the Glove instead. Okay, interesting decision. Does go last Whisper. Okay, looking more like an AD comp at the moment. Well, maybe you would hold out a bit more, but looks okay. It also has a double Trundle. Looks like he does want to play 2 Trundles. Maybe Brawler. Okay, this looks a bit better. I guess he just doesn't want to play Redeem from here. He's like, okay, I don't really have redeemed items. I'd rather just play towards a stronger board at this point.
And I like that. I think that's a good choice, in all honesty. A really cool Abomination here. Not sure on the Deathblade for Abomination, but hey, beggars can't be choosers, I suppose, and Keen certainly knows better than I do. You're going to have Set not get a single cast off here. And Abomination this early, really strong. Twig, how are you feeling about the Deathblade and Abomination right now?
I think Deathblade was probably slammed before they got Abomination in. They have lost a combat, so I'd imagine they haven't had Abomination from 2-1. And the Deathblade slam was just, I need to try and win a combat. Probably was not as good of a combat as they wanted. But it's not the end of the world. It's still an attack damage item. If you get the rest of Scion's items, then it still is going to be rather strong.
I mean, you can it's the difference between crit and flat AD, right? You look at Scion and still get a Runin's Untamed Hurricane and maybe a Warmogs as part of it. And once that backline's been eliminated, that's going to be a really AD strong Scion. Get a couple of elims. We got another comp here. It's a 2 Callista with Shojin Rod. That's going to do a fair bit of damage. Again, Abomination, a prevalent composition coming out in today's games so far. We did spend a little bit of time talking about it in the pre-game before we kicked it off. Kareems, for those who aren't familiar, Just talk to me about why Abomination is just so strong in the meta at the moment.
Well, it's just such a strong early mid-game comp, and then normally run Draconics as well, which boosts your economy. So you can really just abuse the early mid-game power spike, and then use the extra economy from Draconics to just cap your board. So you normally see them go 8, find Harbinger, find, just really strong units. It's just a solid comp. It was the second most played comp last weekend in the Open qualifiers. And if you are contested, then you just start pivoting out, which is not ideal, but and if you high roll it, then you can continue playing it and just run 5A bomb, things like that. So it's just a really nice comp, flexible with items. You can always get out of it if you need to. But even if you hit it early and pivot later, it's still solid throughout the mid game. So it's a really nice comp play.
A solid choice in general. We've got a really cool Hellions comp, and I'm glad we're seeing it pulled out here. Fortune Chosen picking it up. You've got a Shadow Morello on Cannon already, and Ziggs using a Runaan's Untamed Hurricane and just got a bow, just a standard bow, sitting in preparation. I love this, and I'm excited to see how Hellions do. I don't think we've seen enough of it so far, and 5 Hellion is a nice little start at 2-5.
Yeah, 5 Hellions to 2-5, really, really solid. I find it kind of falls off at the late stages of stage 3, but I have to see with the Shadow Morello Cannon, is that enough to really push him into that sort of level 8 bracket? So you see the little Lulu pops out and takes down the monstrosity. That was good to watch.
The monstrosity hands down died there because of the Shadow Morello Cannon. It got that final cast off to hit, and that was really, really good.
Yeah, Lulu will take the credit, but it was really that cannon that carried. It was good.
I think Hellion early game is reasonably strong, but again, it's gotten some nerfs over the course of the set, and it's really sort of fallen off. I think a lot of the time players sort of curse more dog when they see too many Hellions in their shop at the start of the game. But with attack speed items at the start, it works pretty well, especially if you can hit 5 of it rather quickly.
We haven't seen, we used to see with Hellions static Shiv paired a lot, right? Especially if you get the Shadow Shiv and a standard Shiv, get those constant MR reducing procs happening. Not what Fortune Chosen has been able to hit, has the Hurricane instead, but I think that's enough, right? Shivs are good fun, and it's always nice to see the zaps, but this is putting Fortune Chosen in a nice little spot.
I think early like this, I 100% agree. I just am concerned over how they're going to transition it into the late game.
Especially the scouting, Fortune Chosen doing our work for us and working out what everyone else is running in the lobby. I'm seeing some redeemed. I'm seeing some nice later comps coming through here. A bit of hand-holding from everyone else. So Fortune Chosen does have free Hellions, but I'd be looking to move to something for the late game sooner rather than later.
Yeah, found the spat actually. It'd be interesting to see how he transitions this board. I don't think he's going to play Hellions until late game. Is he going to level here? That'd be quite aggressive. I don't. Oh, maybe a level here. What's the spike? The spike's the Spellweaver. Maybe he drops into 16.
I was really hoping then for that Riven to stay on and take over those Ziggs items. I do enjoy turret Riven with an RFC and a Runaan's Untamed. I think it's very fun just to watch Riven cast and then for 8 seconds absolutely demolish everyone with that AD bonus. But alas, it is not to be.
Really unfortunate. Yeah, Riven's a very fun unit to watch when they're given the right items. And again, Dawnbringer. It can be a secondary carry or a primary carry. And then have Karma in the back, slowly melting everything down. Garen in the front, tanking everything up.
I did think about that Shadow tier there being an option. You could have got the Shadow Static Shiv out. But I feel it's just too late in the piece with Hellion to be pushing for that. It's a really good option now for Perfect Slumbers here. Looking at skirmishes, looking at Dawnbringer, just seeing what they hit, and there's the Jax. So
Okay,
we're gonna be
that's
playing
he's
the
stable now.
skirmishes.
That was a great hit. You just get rid of the Kragus, chuck in the 3 Ironclad. Yeah,
Hey, can we talk about that shop? There was a Jax, a Nidalee, and a Pantheon there, and there's your skirmishers lined up, ready to go.
Yeah, even as a Pantheon in shot, like you said, I actually think it was rolling for Nidalee too, at least, but he hit the Jax instead, which you take that every day.
Now, here's that Lissandra. Kareem, we were talking about this in the last game where there was a stacked Lissandra at the back line. Really in that range right now of mid-game where Lissandra can do a lot. Won't in this fight, but perhaps Duckles is going to be able to do something against another opponent.
Yeah, Lissandra's one of the better AP item holders early. AoE, damage reduction, Duckles was on 90 HP before that fight. Unfortunately took a bad loss, but that will sustain him and get him to 4-1 in a safe manner. It does more damage than Soraka, more damage than Ziggs. I just really like the unit. I think she's underrated.
I'm really enjoying Slumber's positioning here. It's different, forcing the tank to happen on Rel. I thought they were going to leave Gragas in the front line there, but really just prioritizing getting Rel to be the main tank and then spreading that stun to the back lines as well. I think this is really cool. I think it provides a time for the skirmishes. It's only a little bit, but it's an extra couple of seconds for the AD to ramp up before they really get into battle.
Yeah, valuing the front line over 6 skirms. He does have the cannon as well. Oh no, he's missing 1, isn't he? Yes, he is. Okay. Yeah, really, I like his positioning. Gets the stun off. Just provides more utility with his Conqueror. Interesting to see what he does with these items. He's got 2 tier, Shadow tier, and a vest. Will he go for more of a Jax item? Will he go more utility? Really interested to see what he goes for here.
Option if Slumbers hits a Diana is a Shadow Frozen Heart and really punish a backline of an opposing comp. I think that whatever they go, they're probably going to wait until after Wolves unless they hit something ridiculous.
Yeah, Diana's with Frozen Heart is pretty staple of how to use that unit, and it definitely fits rather well into the Skirmisher comp.
Back with Keen now to change things up, and we've got a 2 Riven in here with Bloodthirster to supplement the Abomination. So a bit of Legionnaire Abomination. And I think really that's just strongest board, right, Twig?
Yeah, Legionnaire Abomination at the moment definitely goes rather hard. If you don't have Draconic Opener and you want to run A-Bomb, it does tend to be towards making Callista carry kinda, but then also having a secondary carry along with it. As well, it's really flexible. That being said, the items that Keen has hit at the moment definitely lean towards an attack damage comp. So getting 2-star Riven and the Gragas in for Dawnbringer does help a lot.
And these items are really great on Aphelios. Will we see another Aphelios game? Deathblade, Bloodthirster, and potential Rageblade. Definitely some of my favorite items. No Last Whisper though, bit of a turn off. Have to see what he gets at Wolves, but could be an Aphelios game if you can find a way to safely go level 8 and try and hit those Kindreds.
The Riven did a lot of work here. We don't see as much in the damage numbers purely because Nunu was able to chomp. But that Riven stayed alive for quite some time there against that Nidalee. Both the Bloodthirster and the Dawnbringer passive sustaining her for a little. And I think that was the ultimate carry of that fight, is being able to stay in the fight for some time. Ivern pickup's just nice as well. Doesn't synergize with anything in here at the moment, but Daisy, great CC, another unit on the board for more tank. I just like the pickup, and getting that 5% Ivern, yeah, good choice.
Absolutely. Ivern's a great unit that provides a lot of, as you said, CC, but also a lot of utility later on. For instance, if you are going to keep with A-Bomb, getting a second Brawler in is nice. At the moment, it's the Gragas, but it could end up being the Volibear later if they want to stick with this sort of thing. But I think that Keen is going to end up pivoting probably towards the Aphelios. They are 50% of items for Last Whisper, so definitely really strong spot, honestly. And we are seeing a 5-star A-Bomb on the other side from Burnski, which is a little bit terrifying.
Yeah, Burnski having the A-Bomb Draconic comp that we've discussed, the optimal way to go Abomination here. Keen gonna slap a couple of points into XP ahead of Wolves and looking to get to 7 as soon as possible. Duckle's already hitting, and Fortune Chosen worth a shout out here. 88 HP, top of the lobby, and on a win streak. So has been able to pivot. We're seeing no pivot. Sorry, seeing Hellions carry right through.
Yeah, finds a Nico, still has a spatula. Really interested to see what he does here. I don't think he wants to make... Oh, he does want to make it. I thought he might want the bow back, but it's fine. He might just take this to level 8 and then work out what he's doing later. Because I can't see him pivoting. Like, there's no point rolling here. Because you also find a stronger board than this. With $20 is just not worth it. So we'll see a fast state, and then I'm just curious to see what he goes for in the late game.
Yeah, absolutely. They definitely want to pivot eventually, but it's how long they sort of wait. This doesn't end up winning a lobby at the moment, but just thinking about the items, I'm not too sure what they can pivot into, other than potentially a Forgotten comp. But even then, it's a little bit contested.
The items just feel so all over the shop. You've got a bow on its own on the Lulu. You've got another bow on Ziggs with a Runaan's Untamed. So you're really looking at someone that can benefit from AD. Could go the glove here, and that's a Last Whisper. So maybe we're looking at Forgotten pivot into Draven. That is a nice option. You got Rise already. Yeah. Now picked up the Thresh, Diana option, Katarina in the shop. They're 1-star, but yeah, that is a Forgotten Draven. Okay, was a Forgotten Draven option, as they say the Thresh too.
Yeah, looks like he has something else in mind. Otherwise, you would pick out that Katarina. Maybe Aphelios as well. We might see a double Aphelios game. I'm not sure what else he can play from here, like you said. Interesting to see his level 8 roll down.
I'm not sure how I feel about Aphelios with the Runaan's Untamed. Would probably put that item on someone else. I just don't see the point of it a lot of the time, purely because you're looking to stack that AD with a Deathblade and then get lots of damage out using the cast, right? And just casting a whole heap. So, yep. I don't know, or at least that's how I like to play Aphelios. I just think that's most efficient. So really just at the point where I think Fortune Chosen needs to make a decision.
Yeah, I thought maybe if he had the Rageblade there, he might play Kale, SGA Rageblade, but Last Whisper kind of turns me off that idea. Let's just see what he goes for. It'd be interesting.
Yeah, I 100% agree with Fortune Chosen, but I just saw somebody playing Bulldozer, and I'm really, really happy because this comp is so much fun to look at. I have never found success with it personally, but I've seen it work so many times, and it's so much fun watching the interaction between Pantheon and Varus.
Yeah, Bulldozer is one of my favorite comps to watch. Again, like you, I can't seem to make it work when I play it, but when it's on. It's just really fun to watch. See that in action. Haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, Bulldozer, again, I think it's unanimous amongst the caster's desk that none of us have been able to get Bulldozer to work. But it is satisfying, and funnily enough, I'm pretty sure the first time I saw it was Keen playing it. So I'm curious to see how well Bulldozer does here in Game 3 for us. Fortune Chosen coming up against a very nice redeemed board. You've got Shadow Shojin Lux, which, while it is going to reduce damage, really look to just get a ton of shields out and maintain tankiness in that front line. Level 1 Leona still alive right up until the final seconds of this battle, and a lot of that was thanks to the Lux shield.
Yeah, shielding a lot here. Hellions is starting to fall off a little bit. I think he will have to pivot away from this soon. He might go in after Carousel here. He might just go 8 and send. He's really starting to bleed now. Well, not also too bad, but I don't think he'll want to sack 2 more here. I think he just goes in after this Carousel, uses the Nico, pivots his board. Looking forward to see what he does here.
Really looking forward to seeing what Fortune Chosen prioritizes. Like, they're late in the carousel, so they don't get to have a big pick, and I think trying to pivot while being so high in the lobby and not having a clear direction would be hard. So I'm trying to tap into Fortune Chosen's mind, and I'm not able to read anything yet. They've got it so well protected.
Yeah, they're definitely in a pretty tough spot to try and pivot into something else, but
just grab a Kale.
Might give them an indicator of where they want to go.
I mean, this is pretty nuts to get the Kindred, get a Kale, get a Volley, you've got a few options amongst all of this right now. Could go Legionnaires, not really the play I would make. I'm probably thinking of really pushing into like a Draven carry here. You've got Dragon Slayer with the Pantheon and the Maud. You've got a Kindred there, so it's kind of like a pseudo legendaries, although they saw the Kindred, you know what I mean? Like, the positioning's kind of cool.
Yeah, he solved the Kale and he skipped an Aphelios. I think he might want to play this Draven. It's like a Draven game. To see what he does.
They've got two shadow items, so Forgotten stacks are still going to be there. Got 2 Legionnaire with the Mordekaiser on bench. It's not a terrible spot to be in, but they are rather broke, and they haven't exactly hit Draven yet. Like, obviously, one of the unit is there, but they haven't exactly secured a comp.
In that last fight, Kennen smurfed it and got a ton of damage out. And it really was just like a perfect Kennen front-to-back cast. That it was front right, back left, straight up onto Akama's face, and got that Shadow Morello stack across so many units. So still in an okay spot. Top of the lobby. Okay, so definitely an okay spot, but I think it's important for us to keep track of, as we have been, of preparing for that pivot. Switching over to Keen now, and I'm getting my Riven, so I am a little happy with that. We've got RFC Deathblade and Bloodthirster Riven, so a lot of sustain, a lot of damage. Healing over 200 HP per auto there towards the end of that fight against Fortune Chosen.
Yeah, he might stick with this. He has 5 Riven, so he might go for Riven 3 here. Interesting to see. I thought he was going to pivot when we looked at this earlier, but I'm not sure what he would pivot into that could be better than a Riven 3. I just think he's too close. Unless he starts high rolling another unit that can use these items. He might just stick with this Riven 3. I'm looking forward to seeing how his board progresses here.
Not a lot of Aphelios in the lobby. Like, I don't think I saw anyone then when Keen was scouting, so it could be an option with these items, but, you know, given the rest of Keen's board already has so many Rivens available, like you said, 5 Riven. That's a couple of nice tank items as well for the front line. You can get a Gargoyles there on your Gragas. That's just 2 Ivern in a shop as well. You know, I'm just really feeling confident that Riven's going to be the consistent play for the rest of this.
Yeah, it's such a good spot having 5 Rivens here. They did just go down a lot of money, but they're going to make a lot of it back.
And there it is. Hit the Draven, pivoted off of the Hellions. We've got 4 Mystic, 2 Legionnaire, more Evil Anomicon on the Morgana, who's going to get a great cast across 5 units and has GA. So really just a good move overall for Fortune Chosen, and I'm really liking this positioning. Karames, is this the pivot that you had envisioned?
Yeah, he's kind of like playing an Aphelios comp without the Aphelios. Like, he's running the 4 Mystics, which you normally run. He's playing, he hit the Draven, so just play what he hit at this point. I don't think he ever pivot into Aphelios from here. So I guess he's just going to work in 3 Forgotten and just play more of a vertical Draven comp. Run that traditional 6 Forgotten. I think this is his board. He's also got the Maud too. Not a lot of people value Legionnaire in Draven, but you hit a Maud too, you're going to play. There is the Aphelios. I would be shocked. Oh, he's got 2. Is he going to get baited? No, he's not. Okay.
No.
He saw quite a few of those, but looks like he's just trying to find a few units here. Forgotten's probably what he wants to get in next. Something like does he have Thresh? A Thresh would be really nice here. Yeah. I like his position here. No tier item on Rise, which kind of not that great, but I'm liking his board here.
Does have
Some
3
good
redeemed
spouts.
squeezed in there, yeah, and an Ironclad, plus it's on Mordekaiser, who just lives. Mordekaiser just lives, so having that redeemed on there, having that Ironclad for the whole board as well, like, that's a nice Mordekaiser secondary carry without being Mordekaiser best in slot items.
Yeah, he's going to be really tanky. He's got Ironclad, he's got Redeem Spat now, and 4 Mystics. So good luck, Karma. Good luck taking that unit down. Very, very tanky at the moment. It's going to need some sort of Last Whisper proc on it to kill it outright.
And that is still a strong Riven for Keen. Fortune Chosen doing a bit of a late round scouting just to see where everyone's strength is. Really looking to get some more Dravens here. Gentlemen, you are the experts. I'm just an attractive man that can talk about nothing for quite a long time, so I'll refer to your knowledge. But for Fortune, is it worth, Twig, holding onto these Dravens just in case you can make Draven 3?
I think that it's not entirely worth it. It's not bad. It's not really hurting them. They'll be up to 10 gold and making 1 extra around. Doesn't change that much. At the HP that they have, if they do hit Draven 3, it's a first place. I don't think it's going to happen this lobby though, more than likely. I think they're either going to slowly bleed out and just get outclassed by other comps, or they're just going to settle into a top 4, potentially go. There's not much else they can really do. I don't think they can really go 9 here. I don't think that they have too much to roll for yet. They're just sort of relaxing. They're looking for 2-star Rel, so holding the Dravens very slightly increases the chance of seeing Rel. That might be the only reason why they're being held.
Picks up the TG, and as we head over to Slumbers for a bit of a change of pace, I'm really liking how the mid to late game of this lobby is sorting out. We're seeing people come into their builds, looking to hit and looking to develop them. The Skirmisher build here, we've got a Cavalier Nidalee in the front line. Grames, you want to talk me through this option? I think maybe that was just a best available in the armory.
Yeah, I guess this is just the items he got. He might sell it here. He does have 7 skirms, does get rid of it. So now he might... Where does that go? Maybe it goes on Pantheon now, more Trundle. It's like Pantheon will be the solid frontline here, so... Yeah, interesting decision. Looks like it didn't last too long, unfortunately, but... Definitely a bit better on Pantheon, a lot tankier. It's the Frozen Heart and Shroud on the Diana, so that's a lot of utility there. Yeah, I feel like his front line is a lot stronger now, a lot stronger. His Pantheon will survive a lot longer than Nidalee will.
And Jax with the blue buff, the Runins, he jumps across the whole board, ready to just slap Keen's units twice. So I love that Jax. A little unconventional having the blue buff in there. It's not what we always see, but I like it. I think it's fun seeing Jax just hop between units and really stack that slam down, get that attack speed cranked right from the start. Really cool board here with the 6 Skirmisher. Managed to get the Dragon Slayers in. Don't have a Maud out here. So haven't been able to get the 4 Dragon Slayer. There is 1 on the bench, but given the units that are already in play, I'm not too fussed about getting that Maud in there for the Dragon Slayer, especially because from my perspective, and Twig, I'll refer to your opinion on this one, I'd like that Viego in there more with the Diana, because it's Viego Nightbringer than I would squeezing this Maud in.
Yeah, well, you definitely want the Viego in there for Skirmisher as well, because dropping out of 6 is
of course
going to be super duper rough. But I think that board is reasonably capped. I don't think there's much else that they can add in other than hitting 2-star variants of units. I think that you could argue removing the Rel for Dragon Slayer, but I don't think that it's worth it in this lobby.
And we saw Jax absolutely smurfing it, or at least Pantheon throwing in that fight. Not perfect Slumbers Pantheon, but the other Pantheon, as Jax was able to get on the back end and really slap him around, and that damage reduction not doing anything to help him. So good amount of damage block for Slumbers Pantheon. Nice shields and healing as we see Slumbers scrolling through the stats here. We've got a Shojins available, and I honestly don't know where Slumbers is going to put this. Kareem, so where would you be putting this Shojins if it was your board?
I think it's between Diana and Viego. I like Diana. She needs to cast, but she does already have a mana item. Maybe it's Viego here if that Nightbringer spat. Yeah, I think it's either Diana or Viego here. It just depends what he values more. Does he value the Viego at all, or does he value the Diana a little bit more? I think if he hits the Diana too here, he will put Shojin on it. Unfortunately didn't hit it. Where is he going to go? Yeah, does put on the Viego instead. I like that. So it's going to cost a lot quicker. Diana should cast. She has that Shroud, so she's not going to get thrown away from a Syndra too easily. She should be able to cast here. And yeah, it's just going to help that Viego out as well.
Very big cast.
Has a
I think that the items are pretty good with the Shadow GA here. I think that this A-Bomb is going to be pretty difficult to get rid of, especially considering that it's the 5-star variant. Sorry, the 4-star variant. But that being said, I think that these are some interesting choices for them to make here. Dreams, what do you reckon you'd pick up in this armory?
I feel like Gargoyle has too much value. He might. I'm not sure. I don't think it's Redemption. I think it's Gargoyle frontline, or if he wants extra Shuriken. But Gargoyle has so much value in this lobby, I feel. He also has Ironclad. Goes for the Redemption. Not a huge fan of that. Is a mana item though. It means it will cast quicker. But I feel like the Gargoyle. I'm not sure. Actually, Shadow Gargoyle is not that great here, but it's fine. It's fine. It just means it just wants this Pantheon to cast. It's extra health. It's extra mana. This Pantheon's gonna be really hard to deal with.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I was a bit torn between whether the Redemption would be better or the Shadow Gargoyles, but especially with the positioning, everything's gonna, target the Pantheon anyway. But it's gonna end up being, I think, a little bit more healing from the Redemption, and especially when stuff starts to group up later on, definitely a bit more healing.
Not able to compete against that Vel'Koz, though, and the Syndra throwing around the Jax, too. Bernski with a great Abomination, just going to be absolutely demolishing the front line with that IE Last Whisper and a lot of shadow items there, too.
Yeah,
Perfect Slumbers struggling on 4 HP. Got to get something happening soon to turn this around, and there's the 2 Diana.
Yeah, Diana 2. Multiply is playing that Bulldozer comp you're talking about. There's the Pantheon Varus. Have to see if the Bulldozer... It's also 2 off Pantheon 3, but it is contested. Have to see if you can hit that. Looking really, really strong. I think this comp beats the Bulldozer, though. I think this frontline plus the Jax is a bit too much. Have to see. Looking forward to seeing that matchup. Oh, here we go. Bulldozer versus Jax. I don't know who wins this.
Personally hope it's Bulldozer. But, it's definitely Bulldozer. Oh my god, I love this comp so much. It's so much fun.
The damage output is unbelievable from Bulldozer, and we're going to see it come through here. Jax only able to get 1,400 damage. And that is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 unit win for Multiply. And that's Bernski and Slumbers out. As we have a look at Keen, who's still watching for us. Keen couldn't quite make it into the top 4, out at 6th. Gage is on 40 HP, Multiply on 17. Gage is picking up the Shadow TG. Multiply finding the Spat. Really curious to see who's putting what where.
Yeah, so Redeem versus Bulldozer. Do you know this matchup, Twig? Because I don't know who wins. I don't play enough Bulldozer.
It should be, or actually with those items, it might be Bulldozer. I think it should be Redeemed most cases, but I think that the rel items at the front really, really strong, and it depends on how much damage Vel'Koz does to the Varus. If Varus only gets 1 ult off in a combat, it's bad for Bulldozer. If they get more than 1, it's really bad for Redeemed.
There's 1, and I also think the positioning going to be king here, as Varus able to get 3 off now. That's a lot of damage being dealt by Pantheon in the front line, but he is nuked. And Varus going to take it overall. Good. Really good work from not only the Vel'Koz, but also the supporting units. We saw Karma got a cast there that absolutely nuked the back line, destroyed it. And that was the untimely downfall of the Varus. We saw that the Syndra was really good. at throwing a lot of the units into the back line too. So I thought at the start of that fight, the positioning was going to win it, not initially being caught in a Vel'Koz cast, but it wasn't enough overall. Kareem, do you want to unpack that a little bit more for us?
Yeah, I don't really know the Bulldozer comp that well, but yeah, unfortunately the Vel'Koz, you just couldn't get there in time. It was one off Pantheon 3. Unfortunately, it's getting contested a little bit. You'll be a little annoyed if you hit the Pantheon 3. That'll be a more interesting fight there. But I thought like the Shroud might sway that fight a bit more, but unfortunately he just couldn't get through that front line quick enough, and Vel'Koz was just free casting and managed to get through that front line pretty quickly.
Twig, you're a big fan of the Bulldozer comp. I did notice that Pantheon was located more towards the middle of the board, but like mid-back line. Is that normal for Bulldozer in having Pantheon not initially take the front line?
It can be, yeah. You don't want Pantheon to die immediately, because if Pantheon takes too much damage, they're going to cast, and Varus isn't going to get an ult out in time, and 50% to 75% of the Pantheon's ult duration just gets wasted and does no damage. If Pantheon ult and Varus ult don't line up well, the comp doesn't win. So in situations where Pantheon's getting one ult at half of the Varus cast, basically, and then a second ult with only half of the Varus buff, it's not going to do too much. So you have to position so that Varus ults at the same time as Pantheon, which is pretty difficult to do. But then at the same time, sometimes you just don't win it. Sometimes it just doesn't bulldoze over things. That Rel was really, really tanky, and the rest of the comp just followed it up.
Unfortunately, the Bulldozer comp played more like the three of us play it in the final fight of that round, unable to take it out. That was game 3, which means 8 contestants are about to be eliminated, and admins will be doing the score tallying during a little extended break. So we're going to take a moment, get yourself a drink, fans at home, get something to nibble on, a snack, while we have a short break preparing for game number 4. This, of course, is the Teamfight Tactics Reckoning Series, Oceania Mid-Set Invitational, presented by Order. Stay tuned. We'll be back shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. It's the Teamfight Tactics Reckoning Series Oceania Mid-Set Invitational presented by Order. I'm Judge, and I'm going into Game 4. We finished Game 3, and that means 8 players have already been eliminated. So, let's have a look at the top players, first of all. This is our top, and if my math is correct, top 32, 4x8. Yeah, I'm on it. On the money, we've got Chunga, Razza, Admiration, Yuna, Ubo, TXE Cats, and Zuzibird in the top 8. That is a star-studded lineup, Kareems. Talk to me more about these players.
Well, yeah, Razza's the hot favorite, as mentioned in the early part of the broadcast. Chunga, obviously, one of the best ladder players, number 1, I think, on the OC ladder. Coming into this tournament. Nice to see him translating that into tournament victories. Obviously, he didn't have the greatest open qualifier number 2, but number 3 was solid, 4 was solid. Now he's really starting to get going. Looking forward to see how he goes into these last 2 games.
And Twig, interesting looking through the rest of them. Donaldino, Perfect Slumbers, staple names coming through in the top 32. As we look to the bottom 8, though, Bernski knocked out, Duckles, Yeti. There's a few good names in there that unfortunately just couldn't quite make it through. Talk to me about our bottom 8, Twig.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a bit surprised to see Bernski and Duckles in there, honestly. They've always done rather well, I thought. A couple other people in there, Nays, I'm a little bit surprised to see going out this early. I would have expected them, go out a little bit later. Even the non-eliminated players, the bottom of this lobby seems still a little bit stacked. We've got Escher only on 13, which is, separated by 4 points from being eliminated, which is not exactly the spot you want to see yourself in. And same with Keen on 14. That's still only 5 points from being eliminated. So still really, really close groups.
You've got Fortune Chosen in there as well. We saw Shuffle Type, who took out a win, and I think that's probably the difference between them in the bottom 8 and being able to make it through to the remaining games of today. Of course, for those of you watching at home, we still have 2 more games to play and another 8 players to eliminate after we have gone through them. This has been an interesting day already, Kareem. So we've had a combination of compositions coming out. Not an awful lot of Karma coming through, but there has been Volkos. We've seen a Felios, of all things, and of course, Abomination through a lot of the mid-games. Talk to me about this spread of compositions we've seen so far.
Yeah, I'm surprised we haven't seen more Karma. Obviously, Karma requires you to go 8, find the Garen 2, find the Volley 2. So maybe people are a bit scared about playing that comp. It's not that strong in the mid-game. It depends on your items. But yeah, I'm really surprised. Like, Abomination's everywhere, Redeemed is everywhere. But some people bringing out some stuff as well. We saw Bulldozer go second there. That was interesting. Skirmishers a bit more popular than I thought as well. So it'd be interesting to see, if people change their playstyle coming into the last 2 games.
Twig, much to your delight, we had a Bulldozer in the last game, and as Kareem's mentioned, it got a 2nd place. We've also seen Skirmisher, as Kareem's just mentioned, with a really strong position for Kennen 2 with a more evil Anomicon to get that true damage across a fight. How are you feeling about Skirmishers in the meta right now as we head into game number 4?
Before this tournament, I really didn't think that they were particularly strong. I didn't think we'd see much of it. I think maybe 1 or 2 a game maximum. But we've seen it a couple times, which is nice. I like seeing a more diverse meta, which is, to be honest, where the set feels at the moment. It does feel like a lot of things are good, and you can play whatever you really hit.
Well, speaking of hitting, Ash has just found Vladimir 2 at 1-4. No Lysandra yet. Does have a Rod, no Tier. He's going to put in a Hecarim and a Vayne. Oh, look, I like this position. Could have grabbed the Cavalier so we could have a bit of a tankier pony. One comp we haven't seen, Kareems, is the pony reroll. Do you think we're going to get pony reroll, or are we going to be sticking very much to a lot of the same we've seen already?
I don't think anyone would have the courage to play a reroll comp this early in the tournament. Maybe unless you start high rolling, Hecarim 2 at sort of early stage 2, probably not. But rerolling, it can be sort of first aid sometimes. I think we'll just see standard, level 7, level 8 comps today. So, let's see.
Nidalee in here.
Yeah, no
Does
trades
have-
in. He's got like 2 of everything right now. 2 Draconic, 2 Skirmisher. Absolutely no trade in at the moment. Luckily, he's fighting someone who also doesn't have a trade in. Hopefully, he doesn't get omnommed here.
That is 2 Nunus who are definitely going to try and omnom, but I don't think it's going to be enough. The level 4, you've got a nice Hecarim here for the tank, and we've already got a Nidalee on the back line of Dragon Bug's board. This is a nice start, despite having no trait. Just really strong individual units.
Yeah, absolutely. You would still like to see a little bit more direction, but again, strongest board, always good early. Shadow Sword, Chain Vest here as the options. Is going to elect to go with the Shadow Sword. Does find a Pantheon as well, which does make things a lot easier, putting in 3 Skirmisher rather quickly. Gonna save a lot of HP that way.
Risk Thirster an option. Shadow GA. I like the Risk Thirster. That could be good. Don't particularly like the Shadow Hex tech that could be put on Vladimir, although kind of an off-brand Brambulance, a Vladbulance. We're going to see the Risk Thirster slammed on Nidalee, and that's a good option. The attack speed boost, once Nidalee gets that Cougar form, going to get a lot of healing out of that.
Yes, board looks pretty solid. I wonder if you'll pick up this Gragas, maybe get Dawns in at level 5. He just has to play around this Nidalee. I'm not sure when he gets rid of Vlad. Vlad's really, really just a great unit tab right now. Particularly if he picks up something like Elise Sim that will offer Nightbringer frontline. Interesting to see how he sort of builds this towards level 5 and 6.
Yeah.
Sponge slamming the very dark blue buff here. I'm not too sure on. The brand's done quite a lot in this fight, but normally it's a standard blue buff spam, so you're just getting that 1 auto cast, not really benefiting from that under 60% health mana bonus. It's not going to be really relevant in the early game, but slamming that dark blue buff, we've seen it done once before. Twig, do you think that that's prepping for a Karma later on, not really being useful, maybe a Rise?
I imagine that it's probably prepping for a Rise later on. I don't see a lot of people slamming Dark Blue buff and going anything but Rise. That being said, we've seen Dark Blue buff on a couple different units so far that haven't been Rise. I think we did see it very briefly on a Karma and one other unit. I can't exactly remember which one it is, but again, if you want to play a very strong early game, you have to slam items. The item they felt they could slam there was Dark Blue buff, so they did. I'd imagine they want to start looking towards a Rise though.
Really strong Nidalee, as mentioned, getting that Risk Thirster in, and at 5, taking Kareem's advice and putting in the Gragas for Dawnbringer, getting that extra sustain. And that will be an extra bit of damage as well, as the Gragas managed to survive, thanks to Dawnbringer, into the end of that fight. Always nice to have more units on the board. Switching it up a little bit, let's have a look at Shuffle. Shuffle here playing Renewer Nightbringer. So got the Lysandra, got a Vladimir, and heading into the carousel. Not sure what item to pick. Going to be grabbing a glove.
Yeah, interesting. Now we'll give him Infinity Edge Dual Gauntlet, so maybe more of an AP comp this game. Will he slam that? I feel like you prioritize Shojin first. You need to see that item, but I don't know. Will he slam that IE? I don't mind it, and he's going to do it. Yep. So this Lysandra is going to pump out a lot of damage. I really like this unit. I mentioned it last game. The damage reduction as well. Renewer, level 2, Nightbringer frontline. This just looks really solid. We're going to get the Brawlers in as well. Then Nunu and Gragas. Looks like a solid board. I feel like this is going to get it until at least level 7 safely. Have to see how it goes.
I'm just really enjoying Shuffle being a breath of fresh air in this in this lobby at the moment. Playing comps that are definitely strongest board, in my opinion, but aren't meta in a sense. They're not the typical meta we're used to seeing. This Lysandra is pumping out damage and manages to survive despite the Kha'Zix's onslaught in the backline. 550 magic damage per cast is huge. I mean, we saw Shuffle play the Aphelios, now the Lysandra Renewers, and stacking a Lysandra, whereas often, at least in my experience, it's stacking a Vladimir and trying to go that Vlad Coven pivot. I like this a lot, and I think if we get a LeBlanc in here, we could get a bit more of a Coven stack.
Yeah, it just comes down to like unit knowledge and personal preference. Like, what do you value? I really like Lissandra personally. Shuffle clearly likes it as well. Not a lot of people like it, but I just think like there aren't too many stronger units out there for these items early. Maybe like a Ziggs, maybe, but you know, single target resist AoE, it's damage reduction. It just feels a lot better to play Lissandra than other units. Maybe Syndra's the only one that is probably better early, but I really like this unit.
I think the positioning, and Twig, I'd like you to chime in on this, for Shuffle's board is good as well. That diagonal lining from the middle of the board down to the bottom right so that Lissandra covers units. We're seeing a lot of good use of an AoE here, right?
Yeah, absolutely. The positioning the Shuffle's doing does make it a lot easier for Lissandra to hit multiple units on the same cast, which you really, really need. If Lissandra's only hitting one unit, you're wasting a lot of what Lissandra is, and they're just a worse Ziggs.
Just a worse Ziggs. You can put that one in your quote book, ladies and gentlemen, because I think it's just the most apt description of a Lissandra that can't AoE. 2% Diana in the store if Shuffle was positioning for Nightbringers, but I think this is leaning more towards either a pivot into Dawnbringer Karma or more on the Coven side. Kareems, would the items you get here from Krugs be a potential indicator of where you're pivoting?
It's looking more and more like an AP comp. Probably needs a TR, needs a Shojin going, in my view, but maybe plays the Coven in the mid game. That LeBlanc would definitely pump out a lot of damage with this Lissandra. Also found an Eco, so that'll give him a lot more confidence about rolling at 7 if he starts to bleed throughout the stage. So it's looking like a Karma game. If I was in the spot, I feel like Karma would be a nice option. I'm just looking at the Syndra here. I don't think he ever pivots mid-game here. I think this is just his board. But yeah, if he starts bleeding here, I think you just play towards Karma with these items and just play towards a tier item. Not sure what this second glove's going to be. Maybe like a Track Claw. I'm not a huge fan of that, but or maybe like a Utility Shroud. I have to see.
Could see the Shadow Hodge on Karma again and just go for way too much crit chance.
Yeah, that also give us some sustain as well. The healing, obviously. You got this Shadow Gauntlet in there, need some of that sustain as well. So we'll have to see what he gets from this armory. This will definitely dictate what he wants for a third item here.
Escher, king of the lobby, still on 100 HP as we head into the armory. A BF sword or a shadow bow could grab, given the crit on Lissandra, the shadow bow, and look for that final whisper. It's going to strip MR as well, going to do a lot of damage. And so you could go for just ridiculous crit MR shred Karma. I think that's an option. I'm not sure how I feel about it, but given these two items, that would be the immediate payoff. Shuffle's going to play big brain, and there's definitely a reason why I'm behind a microphone and not in the lobby, and will pick up the BF sword.
I think that Shadow Last Whisper is really, really good on Vel'Koz comp with the Dual Gauntlet and a Shojin. I think on the Karma, because it's not pumping out damage as consistently as Vel'Koz is, and it spreads it out a little bit more, it's not going to get as much value from the MR shred as it would on Vel'Koz. And also, I think both Karma and Vel'Koz really, really need a mana item. Karma without a mana item and without 4 Invoker is pretty rough.
And despite having... Oh my god, okay. Lissandra has just thrown. I was going to say, despite having a Mordekaiser so early at 3-2, we are seeing Lissandra pump this out and potentially turn it around, but Lissandra absolutely threw it by goalposting her final cast before she fell over there.
Tragic. Absolutely tragic. It's the only way to describe it.
A good switch off of the Gragas 1 to a set 1 for some backline protection. A little bit of armor shred there if he manages to get a cast off. I am enjoying watching this Lissandra, though. That's a scary Pantheon in the front line, though, with a Bloodthirster and a Warmogs.
Absolutely a rather strong front line. Definitely something to be wary of. A lot of shadow items. Sponge is definitely looking for something forgotten. And against the shadow blue buff, I don't think they want to keep it on Katarina. They definitely can. I'd imagine that they'd want to shuffle it over onto Rise, but that being said, shadow item's a shadow item.
I think that's the play with Forgotten as well, sticking that that very dark blue buff onto a Katarina for the mid game, just to get that extra mana. You know, that extra 10 doing a little bit, or 15, I should say. But, you know, really just looking to put that on a Rise late game so he can get his Runic Prisons casting. Escher still top of the lobby, so let's go pay them a visit. 100 points. They're going to have the last pick of this carousel.
Oh.
Was that big brain? Was that big brain to throw the distraction off of the Chain Vest and pick up the Shadow Rod? I think it is.
Potentially. I think
absolutely.
Escher was trying
Medieval
to break
Anomicon
Vince's
cannon.
ankles, for sure.
He's done a little razzle-dazzle, little Euro step, 1-2, left-right good night, and managed to pick up a more evil Anomicon for the cannon. Not slamming it yet, though. Karames, why is Escher being so patient?
I'm surprised he's not. I think he always does it. He wants to keep his win streak going. I guess he might think he's strong enough where he can keep his options open and not slam, but it was me. Oh, it's just too good. It's a cannon 2. Is that cannon 2? Yes, it is. It's just too strong. Particularly against like this Warmog spot there, so like the healing reduction is just too valuable. You always slam it here. He's also got the early jacks, which is nice. Seen a lot of 4-cost units in stage 3 today. Yeah, looking really, really strong. But you might get bulldozed here. Oh no, the 4 unit loss. Yeah, you got bulldozed, unfortunately. Yeah, slammed the item and still lost by 4 units. That feels bad.
Honestly, I feel like it was a positioning thing. Kennen has range. Escher had Kennen right in the front line, got CC'd by the Ashe straight up, took a lot of damage from targeting of the Varus and the Pantheon, and fell over before getting a cast off. Really feels like a positioning diff. Set Kennen back 1, the Locket is not doing enough, and did not do enough there, shielding to protect Kennen so that he could get a cast. And we didn't see more Evil Anomicon in any use. I think that's a real shame, and probably could have held on to that extra 10 health points had Kennen been just 1 row back.
Yeah, exactly. That Shadow Shadow Locker really reducing the mana of that Kennen. I think if Kennen casted a bit quicker, then maybe that fight swings a bit more. Another Shadow Locket actually looks a bit weaker than his last opponent, though. Should be able to get through this front line, I would believe, if this last whisper going, as well as Shadow Morello. Yeah, Shadow Morello applying to pretty much the entire board right there. Pretty much a perfect fight.
Very big.
Katarina is being a bit tenacious here, though. It should be okay. 5 unit win. That's more what I was expecting last fight, but unfortunately, he just could not get through that Pantheon, like you mentioned.
And Kennen's ability to have that short stun interrupt so much. Kennen is a disruptive unit in the Skirmishers comp. While it's not a Shadow Locket on the Pantheon for Escher, it's just standard, I really think that 200 shield at level 1 just is not worth it to have the Kennen up front. But hey, Escher's still top of the lobby. Could have been win streaking a little harder. We'll have to see if Escher can maintain this level for longer. Gets a Zyra, gets a glove that's going to be an Assassin Spat available. And that could be useful in the late game to make someone an Assassin paired with a Diana for the 4 Dragon Slayer buff.
Absolutely. Could be held for another Skirmisher spat. We have seen a couple so far in the games today, but late game, you do want the Viego Skirmisher as well to round out 2 Assassin with Diana. So we did see 4 Assassin with Skirms earlier, if I recall correctly, or there was an option to go 4 Assassins, and that can be rather helpful as well.
I think it was Fish with that Assassin Lee Sin, which was actually kind of cool to watch.
That's it, yeah.
Getting on that back line, really slowing the attack speed down. But yeah, I think Escher's just going to pass state here. No reason not to. He's got pretty much the major components of his board already. He might lose a little bit of HP because a lot of players have rolled at 7, but he's in a great spot to really push top 4 in this situation. Which he'll definitely have to do. He's sort of in that bottom 8-16 of the current leaderboard, so if he can put together a strong performance here, he'll be in a great spot to make it to tomorrow's games.
Escher, not sure if Hecarim is... Well, Hecarim has to be the unit that Escher puts in here because they don't have any other. And given their position, top of the leaderboard, they're managing to hit as well. They just got a 2 Pantheon. They've got 2 Cannon. They have a 1 Jax, who is enough right now. I think that there's no need to roll down at 7 here, given the position. So just slap a Hecarim in, have him do a little bit for you, do a little dance, make it a little love, get down tonight, Hecarim, and just get a little bit of extra damage out there.
Thank you for that. I'll save that. I'll need that. Oh my god, look at the Karma. So yeah, they did end up hitting the Shojin shuffle. Rather good comp now. Really strong Karma after the roll down.
You can just see, like, Shuffle. I love how expressive Shuffle is with that cam in the bottom right of your screen. Like, as soon as that win hits, and Shuffle's got a smile, promptly for the planning phase disappears while full focus mode is in session. But I love it. It's a little bit of personality shining through on the broadcast, and we love to see it. As you mentioned, though, Twig, great Karma coming through. We've got the debate on whether to put in more Dawnbringers or have the Brawlers in here. I think having the 2 Nunu is really good on that front line. And you've got a 2 Riven, you've got a tanky Vlad out the front. Renewer, this is really nice.
Yeah, they're in a really stable spot at the moment. Everything but the Gragas is 2-starred. Gragas doesn't matter too much. It would be nice, but it's not super important. Karma's just going to dish out a ton of damage. The only issue I see is that they don't have Invoker in yet, and so they were contemplating putting Syndra in over Nunu for Invoker. I was actually thinking about putting it in over potentially the Vladimir, and while you do lose a fair bit of frontline, you do end up chucking a Warmogs onto Nunu, and potentially immediately removing a unit from the combat.
You are a caster after my own heart with that comment about putting a Warmogs on Nunu, Twig. I knew there was a reason I loved you. Kareems, do you think that would be the play as well? Let's get the Invoker happening, get Karma casting more often, and switch out that Vladimir?
I don't think Invoker is worth 2 trades here because he's already stable enough. He has Shojin. He would drop Nightbringer and Renewer for it. It's a tight call. It depends how much you value the Invoker. There is a Syndra pair as well, not dual Gauntlet, but I don't think it's worth a Nightbringer frontline as well as a Renewer as well. Like, this is a Morgana 2 and a Vlad 2, both with Nightbringer. He doesn't really have too much other frontline either. So it's just a preference. Do you run the Brawlers, do you run the Nightbringer, or do you really value that Invoker? I'm happy for him to wait, go up and just find...
Yeah, I don't think there's a losing situation, really.
I am a little scared of that Nocturne. We just saw a little moment of it on screen. Let's see if it comes up in this next combat. It will not be it. This is a forgotten comp here for reverse ingots. A nice rise with the very dark blue buff. Already starting to cast, but the Karma getting damage out across the board takes it out. Karma now falls. No chomp from the Nunu, going to get a swallow. And that will be a 4-unit loss. Middle of the pack is tightly contested in the 40s here. And Shuffle kind of needs to hit their next spike, I think, really, to carry them to the late game.
Yeah, he definitely needs to go away. He needs to find Volibear, Ivan, Garen. There's a lot he has to hit. But he has hit the Karma too. But without this front line, it's going to be... It's kind of a race for him now. He needs to find the Garen, needs to find Volley, needs to find Ivan before he starts bleeding too much.
For sure. No, I think they're in a pretty good spot at the moment. They don't need too much really to hit here. HP-wise, it could be better, but again, they're not that far separated from second place. It's really a large jump to first. Of course, you were talking about earlier how everyone would have rolled down, and that's why the spike's happening. They've still got plenty of gold and a fair chunk of HP to help them get to 8. Whereas a lot of people are going to spike now and then fall off once Shuffle is able to hit the rest of the comp.
Dragonbug only just pulling over a win on Vince there. That was a very strong Zyra and Pantheon, but it just wasn't quite enough. And I think you're right. I think they just need to get that next spike in as soon as possible with hitting the Garen, hitting the volley, etc. Seeing in that last fight for Shuffle, there was a couple of casts there to just show the power of Karma with that third cast that he powered one. 3 projectiles coming out across the board, each of them doing, there we go, 631 damage in that single. In an AoE, we had some of them in the last fight that were doing 700 and upwards on these crit casts. And I think the more of those that Shuffle can be hitting and the more survivability we can give this Karma, the better.
For sure. Going to 8 now. Didn't have too much gold after pushing 8 to roll down with, so they're still a little bit broke. They do manage to hit a Kindred, which is really nice, get 2 Mystic in with the Morgana. But, again, you really need Garen to round this comp out. It helps out so much in the front line. Of course, the 2 Nightbringer front line here at the moment is going to, keep things afloat for now, but Shuffle really is going to start looking for that Garen soon, and might potentially start hurting from not finding it, depending on if everyone else has started to spike. Some people rolled down at 7 earlier. There's definitely going to be a couple people that have pushed 8 and are going to be rolling down now. Items on Soraka as well, really good. Morello is just really nice item to have, especially on Shojin Soraka.
Got a lot of damage out in that last fight, as we saw, and managed, not only that, like, Morello Soraka is doing heaps of damage, and there's Garen, but it's also really pushing the envelope on the silence, right? It's something that is underrated-ish. A lot of the Dawnbringer comp, you're focusing on hitting your Garen, hitting your Karma and your items as you need, but this Soraka, I think, is the best kind of like secondary carry that Shuffle could have hoped for. Right, Kareem's getting that extra utility as well as damage.
I really value the Soraka utility here. I think that Shojin Morello really needs that Invoker going now, I feel, though. But as soon as he finds Ivan, he'll probably drop the Morgana, potentially, depending on how much he values Mystic. But yeah, this Soraka's really nice utility. It has that healing reduction now. Mana reduction, things like that. One of the more underrated units in Dawnbringer, in my view. But have to see if we can find this Ivan. Really looking for that Invoker now that we were talking about earlier.
We've got Mystic on the board already, and there is a Lux on the bench, one in the shop, but Mystic from Kindred and Morgana, definitely the stronger play right now. Looking to position a Kha'Zix to take out a backline carry. That is a scary Zyra with the Shojin, Ginsu's, and Jeweled Gauntlet. Looking to swap things around, playing some mind games. And I like the Garen in the front as well. Warmog's Garen, such a great item because it directly boosts that shield that he gets from his first cast. And I think with the rest of the units, so much damage coming out of Soraka and Karma, having a Garen cast and just be a tanky menace in the front line is exactly what's needed. That Kindred cast coming through clutch. We see that Garen gets a 3rd cast off in this fight. And that is the setup, right? Just let Karma do her thing and bombard from the backlines. Twig?
Yeah, absolutely. Buying time for Karma to get off as many ults as possible is definitely the bread and butter of the Dawnbringer comp. And Garen with more HP works really well because Dawnbringer heals more depending on, if you have max HP, 80% is going to be more than 60%, obviously. Don't know why I said that. That's not what I meant. What I meant was that it's going to scale better the more HP you have. And then, of course, Garen's ult by itself just scales really well with HP.
It certainly does. And the percentage damage that Garen has on his ult brings him in clutch too. Over to Escher, who has 1 HP and a dream. Trying to get this comp working. Has kind of half pivoted. Got ranges here. We've got 2 Nightbringer with the Darius and the Aphelios. Has a lot of items sitting on the bench waiting to be put in. Needs to find someone else. What are they looking for here? Kareems?
Looking for that Kindred. Kindred is basically what makes this comp work. Gives him Mystic as well. So what was he? He was playing Skirmisher, right? So he just hard pivoted. Found the Darius, found the Aphelios too. Interesting decision. He's on 1 HP, 1 life, and a Dree. Like you said, can he secure a top 4 here? He's versing Shuffle. We'll just watch him with that strong Karma, though. Is this Bloodthirster going to be able to sustain it? I don't think so. And there's that Sirocco we're talking about. Reducing the mana, buying time for the Karma to finish off that fight. 5th position for Escher. Hopefully he can turn things around in the final game. He is in that sort of lower bracket of the leaderboard, so hopefully he can do well in the next game.
A scary rise at the front line we just saw there for Reverse Ingots, who has the Shadow Hex Tech and also has the Dark Blue buff. So that's going to be a rise that's not only locking up the opposite team, but healing his own. We're back with Shuffle, and Thief's Glove slammed on Morgana. Still got that Garen in the front line. Really just looking to get a Garen 2 here. I mean, look, we're not going to go past a Kindred 2 as well. Some standard upgrades, but would you say this board is pretty close to capped out here, Twig?
It's definitely getting there. They've still got a fair bit of gold to roll with, and they are going to want to roll rather than go 9, I would imagine. I think that they're a bit concerned about bleeding out to the comps like this Rise, and potentially the 3-star Yasuo that I believe we saw elsewhere, and 3-star Lee Sin, even. And so definitely going to want to start to hit 2-star Garen, 2-star Kindred after this neutral round when they've got the most amount of gold.
Gargoyles available, so that'll be nice for Garen as he gets targeted at the front lines. Going to put some points in preparation to level. With this economy build up here, top 4 achieved by Shuffle. Could look to push for 9 and roll down for Garen is an option. Kareems, what are you feeling? If you're in Shuffle's position, are you looking for 9 in the roll down?
Yeah, it looks like he's indicated that he's going to 9 because he pressed F a couple times there. He found the Ivan, so I think he's just going to push 9 here, which is questionable, but it looks like that's what he wants to do. Found the Ivan as well. Yeah, it looks like he probably sack 1 here, potentially. Although he's on 30, I don't think you want to sack too much here.
Yeah.
Goes to the level, gets in the Mystic unit now, because he did drop that Morgana for the Ivan, so now he gets Mystic back in. And did find the Ivan, but I don't know, rolling for like an Ivan 2, sort of like Garen 2, Volley 2 sort of thing, that would have been my play, but this will secure a top 2 you would expect. And that is a Lee Sin 3, oh my goodness.
That is a huge Lee Sin and amazing items as well on that Yasuo. Great cast from the Kindred, and need to get this AoE damage coming out of the Karma to really nuke it. It won't be enough though, as a tanky Pantheon and a Yasuo that cannot be stopped are going to push forward. Does lose this one. Vince gonna get a lot of damage taken as well, as Reverse Ingot's 3 HP is really making a comeback, and that Rise has been carrying the comp.
Yeah, for sure. Still only need 1 more Garen, but running out of money. I'm not sure if... Oh, Shuffle's going to just send it and get rid of the... Go down to 4 Dawnbringer. 2 Garens in. Might be able to make the difference in the front line, but this Heimerdinger is definitely going to help a lot.
And final positioning before jumping in the fight. We've got a bit of a bulldozer comp here for Vince, and you love to see it, don't you, Twig? As this could be the final fight for Shuffle.
I honestly, it's surprising that they've managed to even top 4 with these items, especially on Varus. This is not exactly what you want to be seeing. You really need perfect items for Varus on Bulldozer for it to work effectively, but it's enough somehow. I'm not even really sure how. I think some of the other units, the fact that he's level 9 as well, probably helps out. But if Varus doesn't have crit on... Oh, that's just tragic.
Oh, that's sad.
If I only had enough HP to buy this Teemo, maybe you sell the Invoker to get that. Probably not worth.
Maybe sell the Mystic?
Could drop Lulu to get Garen 2. I think that might be worth it. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Drops to Dawnbringer instead, so he's down to 3. Gets in a baby Callista as well. Interesting decision.
See if it pays off.
Reverse Ingots, here's the comp that we were talking about, watching for. The Garen manages to get a cast off. And that is some good damage coming out from the Karma already. Heimerdinger got shrouded. Needs to get a good cast himself in order to get this damage out, but won't find it. Too much CC. And Shuffle is going to finish in 4th in this lobby, waiting for Vince. And Vince not falling over yet. That is game 4 done for the most part. It was quite a long, drawn-out lobby there. And we did see a Karma come to fruition, but just could not hit the Volley Bear. Didn't hit the Garen until late. And even then, when the Garen was hit, the economy wasn't present, Kareems.
Yeah, interesting decision to go 9. Twig and I were both saying it would probably would have both rolled it. He spread his economy too thin. His power wasn't there. You need to find Ivan too. You need to find Volley. You need to find the Garens. That's how you cap your comp. Going 9 there doesn't do a lot. And you saw he had to sell his board just to get pairs on the board. So
Prioritized the Garen 2 over hitting some of those upgrades that could have been hit, rolling at 8. As we jump into Raz's lobby, Razza top of the lobby, we're seeing with Skirmisher build, does have a Heimerdinger on the board as well as a God King. So really strong board by the traits. And a strong board, when you look at it, has a Fawn, Zyra with Morello. Is this perhaps been a pivot from Draconic?
Certainly looks like it. But that being said, some of the items seem like there would be things that you would keep with you for most of the game. Considering the Zyra's there, it has to have been a Draconic pivot. But really good items, even from a Draconic pivot. Everything's useful in a skirmish comp here. Yeah, just really, really good pivot.
Great frontline and amazing Jax items with the Runaan's Untamed Hurricane, the Risk Thirster, and another Hurricane. Going to be getting that extra damage across 3 units on the board, aside from the primary target. Going to be a lot of healing coming through there, but probably not enough here. Has to contend against... Oh my god! The Clutch Jax just brings it back in. 13k damage, and Razza Big Brain going to win another round.
It's one of the first times I've seen a caster curse in TFT. Definitely was looking a little bit dicey there, but yeah, no. And this is also the extra AoE that you were wanting from the Skirmisher comp earlier.
I told you, my man.
There's everything. There's everything in this comp right now. The Fawn at level 8, they're going to be able to push 9. They're just going to have more units and more synergies than everyone else.
And it comes down to damage taken versus damage dealt. And that Jax is dealing a lot of damage across the whole board. That Victor scares the crap out of me, though. That is a strong board for Victor to be working with. Almost one-shots the Darius. Brand is just going to follow up for good measure. And a very tanky Hecarim in the front lines as well.
Yeah, at the start of these games, we were talking about reroll Cav, and here it is, as Kareems was saying.
yeah, I wasn't sure if anyone would want to reroll for this, but he's win streaking 25 HP. This is a pretty close fight. Not sure if Razza can get through this Hecarim. This Hecarim is very strong. Double Warmogs, plus the Victor Shield. Yeah, just too much. It's looking like those two might be in the top 2 here. Because Razza's about to Omega Spike though. He's about to go 9, 50 gold. Interesting to see how his board evolves at 6-1. Maybe in 6-2.
Let me see the Zyra cell here. Morello should go on the cannon. That should be the choice, but it may not. Could go on Lee Sin. And look, good secondary option, I think. If cannon's not getting front to back enough for you, pop it on a Lee Sin. Manages to get a Lee Sin out of an orb. Has the Fawn. Gets a Trundle upgrade. Finally hits 2 Trundle. And the 9 push here. Gets a Darius 2. Getting plenty of units. And with that Fawn, 10 units on the board. Has a Chalice to boot. This is a really, really nice board.
Yeah, it's really starting to construct it now. Got the Invoker in. Found Viego. Found Darius 2. Really starting to put the pressure on now. Didn't find any Heimerdingers, unfortunately. Oh, he has 1. He has 2 now. You can find that pair. That'll go a long way to beating that Cavalier cult.
And just going through his bench at the moment, selling units that aren't critical. Got rid of that Rel for Econ, gets to 28. does have his Heimer taken from him by a Viego in the back line, but that's not going to affect a thing. 19 points of damage to Sora. And Raza sitting at the top of the lobby still with 49 HP. Only a little bit of wriggle room between first and second, but certainly secure in the top 4.
Alright,
Yeah,
can this Karma get through the Hecarim? Looks like pretty close. Oh, that's so frustrating. You finally get to... Huh, that's so frustrating for Benta, unlucky. You're just trying to get through that Hecarim the entire fight, he's on like 100 HP and then you just die by 1 unit. That's triggering.
Yeah, I'm sad just watching that. That's so upsetting. I guarantee you as well, I think we must have missed it, but I guarantee you there was a moment where Karma shot, Hecarim charged and it missed and then lived on 1 HP as well. And that's the thing that always annoys me the most about playing Karma, is when you play against Cav and they run away from it.
Not only that, but that dash at the end there made Hecarim that extra bit tanky. You've got the 4 Cav, sorry, as well. So he dashed forward towards the Karma and casted. There was no hope of defeating him there. That doubled damage reduction. Just too much.
Yeah,
although
like
with a Heimer cast here, Raza has an opportunity to beat the pony.
Oh.
Okay, also the Draven looks like it might get through it. Hold my tongue on that. Maybe Rise can carry that fight. Yeah, actually got through it. Okay, so he's losing to both players, the Cav player. And this, Raza just looks so strong here. I can't see Raza losing. If he can beat the Cav player again, I'm pretty sure he just beats the Forgotten player as well. So looking really strong. Needs the Heimer too, ideally. Viego too, maybe. He's scouting Viego's right there. Saw that the guy too. Okay, that's a nice shot. That's a really nice shot. Remade the items as well. Guess where's the tier gonna go? I guess it just goes. He's gonna drop it mid fight probably. Yeah, really nice board. Just needs that Viego too, and maybe a Jax 3. He's got 6 Jaxes, still got 20 gold. But maybe he just wins the lobby here. I feel like he's gonna hurt this Sora a lot. Never mind the Viego, just ate the Jax. Is that gonna turn the fight here?
We got a big cast out of the Heimer, but I don't think it's going to be enough as that Draven now really ramped up, doing a lot of damage and tearing through the board. And the baby dragon turret not going to quite be enough there. Raza does make it into the top 2 and will have a carousel. Gets to choose from great items here, and I think he's angling for that Hex Tech maybe. Skirmisher.
Oh, this is going to be interesting. Will he go 9 Skirmisher here? I don't think you sell half these units though. But maybe you can drop... What can you drop here? Maybe something like a cannon you could drop for a better unit. Drops cannon for the Ironclad, which will happen against that Draven. See what else you can pick up here. Oh, here's some volley too as well. Okay, looking really nice.
Oh, huge.
Really nice. Is it rail over North? Yeah, probably. I don't think the Knight matters too much.
Roll for the stun, volley positioning to jump straight onto the back line. I think this is a really good spot. It's going to be the pivot from Sora, so volley's going to be on the wrong side, but still going to get a lot of damage out here. Rise, massive stuns, and Viego steals the Jax early. We need to get a big cast from Heimerdinger's turret here. Does hit, but I don't think there's enough units left on the board for them to take this. Viego has popped off, and a lot of damage coming from the Draven and the Rise.
Yeah, that was positioning diff. Rise was right in front of that Jax, and then the Viego jumped behind it, so it was caught between Rise and Viego, so that Jax needs to swap positioning. Hopefully he can sweat this positioning here and get away from those 2 CC units.
Absolutely. Viego always has the power to turn a fight with positioning. If you can turn the other player's carry into yours, then it's always really difficult. I like this role positioning. It opens up the ability to swap sides with Jax if they want to, and they will. Let's see if the Viego matched, and it did not.
Yes, so this
on
should
the
be a
plus
closer
side, the
fight,
Rise has been switched.
Yeah. So Jax should be free hitting here. So I'm going to get Viego this fight, not going to get Rise, so this should be a closer fight.
And a great volley jump is going to take it for Razza, who manages to push through at a first. I love that. I think that while it felt baited because the Jax was on the opposite side to a lot of the carries, that Rise move at the last second with Draven kept the Jax away from the CC and meant that late fight he was able to bring it through. We're going to have another short break here, fans at home, before we head into our final game for the day, Game 5. This is the Teamfight Tactics Reckoning Series, Oceania Mid-Set Invitational, presented by Order. Stay tuned, we'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to the Teamfight Tactics Reckoning Series Oceania Mid-Set Invitational presented by Order. I'm Judge. I've got Twig and Kareems with me, and we're heading in. The band of brothers, the three amigos, coming into game number 5. It's our final game for the day. 64 players started today across 8 lobbies, preparing to play 5 games. 16 of them going home today. We've already said goodbye to 8, and after this match, we'll have another 8 join those on the long walk home. Kareems, an assortment of comps, an assortment of winners in each lobby. What are we thinking coming into game 5?
Well, I think we'll see a lot more skirmishes. They seem to be really stable in the mid game, and they're scaling fairly well in that late game. We saw Raza take out that lobby with skirmish. He managed to go 9 and then really cap his board. That Darius 2 plus a skirm spat. I hit the volley bear as well. Just seems like a really solid comp. Obviously, do need that early, Trundles and Pantheons, but that's a comp I'm really surprised is doing well today. I think we'll see a bit more of that.
And Twig, my friend, we've seen Bulldozer come out twice now. Do we think Bulldozer will carry someone to victory in game number 5?
No. I don't think the comp wins. I think the comp top 4s sometimes. I don't think it wins very often, though.
Well, as we are playing many games across many lobbies, perhaps consistency is key to making it through to final days. We saw that last time we were commentating together, boys. We talked a lot in the last event about how consistency in the early stages is good, making sure you're placing, getting as many points as possible, but not playing too risky, and going, fast 8th. But later games, we see a lot more risk come in as players try and secure, ultimately those top spots. The last game of the day, a really important lobby here as well. Kareems, talk to me about what we're going to be seeing in this lobby.
Well, I think we'll see a lot more safety. I thought maybe they play aggressively, but all they're trying to do is make it to the final, 48. So a lot of these players in this lobby are kind of in that middle, just below in that part of the leaderboard. So definitely just need it. If you get a top 4 here, you make it. If you don't get a top 4, then that's when you really put yourself in a poor position. So will we see some first or 8th gameplay? Maybe, but I still think they're going to play solid, just play for top 4, secure the spot into tomorrow.
Twig, we're watching Escher here, and I think this is a nice, safe start. Positioning for Draconic with the set and the Udyr. Has Udyr pair, has a Callista 2. Do you think this could be a nice start to the game if more Draconic can be found?
Definitely. Draconic openers are always really strong. 2-star Callista is a great unit, especially with a 2nd Legionnaire in already. Going to win the first combat, which is always nice to see. Hopefully they can hit. Good item here. Shadow Gloves is an interesting choice, or also interesting choice. Not too sure what they're trying to look for just yet. They can't see their shop at the moment, so if there's a Draconic in there, they don't know yet, and that would probably influence the item that they pick here. So definitely it's definitely a tough choice for Escher to make right now.
Looks to be leaning towards the bow, picks it, and honestly, a good choice here. Has a Riven available, and that's the Legionnaire swap. Get that Aatrox out, put the Riven in, who is far stronger. And going to be selling, getting a Katarina as well. Okay, just going for strong units. We've got a Cat, we've got a Riven, we've got a 2 Callista, and a Set who's going to just honestly try and stay alive for a little bit here before Callista gets all the damage out. Slamming a Runan, so could be angle for Abomination, Kareems?
Yeah, definitely. He's already got 2. Just needs to find the Nunu. Also needs to find the Draconic as well. But I'm expecting him to run 8-bomb Draconic at level 6. So hopefully he can hit that Nunu, hit that Ash or Zyra. Interesting to see. Also has a Hurricane as well. Already has a level 2 Callista. So everything is pointing towards 8-bomb at the moment.
And good damage. Callista getting that cast off. 393 crit cast to finish off the Gragas. We'll hit another Callista if really wanted. And not going to buy it. Has the Brand sitting on the bench. Like you said, waiting for that other Abomination unit so we can push forward. The Brawler and Dawnbringer change up here on the traits. Really good. We've gone from just having Legionnaire to now having 3 traits. Brawler making that frontline tankier. Dawnbringer doing the same and also making the secondary carry of Riven a little bit tankier as well with that Dawnbringer healing. Level 5 push from Roger. Twig, is Escher in a great position right now? There's 3 players who have not taken damage yet.
I'd definitely say a good position until I saw this combat, and now it's not as great a position as it could have been, just judging from what other people have. Swander's got pretty good opener right now for going into skirmishes. Is gonna potentially win the combat here, which is nice. So if they win this combat, really, really good position. Toronto doesn't get the ult off in time, so yeah, really good position.
10 gold, a 3-win streak heading into Carousel. Fish and Escher, the only 2 in this lobby, still on 100 points. And that will mean the last pick of the Carousel, but I'd rather take the health advantage at this stage. Kareems, if you're Escher here, what are you looking for?
Good question. What does he need? Like, there's no Dracon. You can take a Unity. He already has the Hurricane. Maybe he goes for like a Last Wisp with that bow. Oh, he has like a Last, so he could go Last Wisp if he can get access to that bow. Doesn't get it. Maybe a Bramble. Okay, everything's just getting taken from him. Infinity Shadow IE is an option as well. This could also be a Shadow GA. Could be a Shadow IE slam potentially. Not a huge fan of the item, but he was last pick. He is win streaking along with Fish. Just to play what you hit. But I think it will be Last Whisper if he can get it. If he can get another bow. Will he slam this Infinity Edge? I'd be surprised if he did it. I'm looking to find strongest board now. I think he wants to level here as well. Yep. Try and get to Nunu, try and get to Draconic. He might start pivoting away from this, but it's still looking like an A-bomb opener.
The 4 Legionnaire is a nice damage spike as well. Just have to hope that they can survive everything. There's a Rel at level 5 that's come in, the 2% for Roger. I like the look of that, and that is a really nice 5 redeemed, or 4 redeemed on the board, sorry, with the Night Thresh too. Got the Lux in the back line with the Shojin, so getting plenty of casts off, but ultimately I don't think that's going to be enough to clutch this one out.
Escher's in too good of a spot at the moment. 4 Legionnaires really nice. Such good units on board as well. Callista's just free hitting from the back and then one-shotting something every now and then. Really helpful. It'll be interesting to see if Fish and Escher match up here. See if somebody can remain at 100 HP going into neutrals and ruin the other person's streak. Hopefully not. Would be nice to see them both battle it out for a Mr. 100 throughout the whole game, but still. If you're anyone else in the lobby, you would like to see one of them knocked off of 100 HP this combat in particular.
I don't think we've had, and look, my memory's a little foggy, I can't say I've exactly been tracking it, but I don't think we've had 2 people on 100 this far in. We're 2-6. It's the round before Krugs, and to have both Escher and Fish on it, they are strong contenders as long as they can maintain that momentum into the mid-game. Roger here, and we just saw Roger come up against Escher, now fighting it out against Amazing. And it looks like this could be a good combat for them. That is a very tanky pony, though.
Yeah,
good damage dealt against the Warwick there. And
had a level up, has the Rel redeemed. A bit too strong. Fish and Escher are both win streaking into neutrals. This is really scary for the lobby. These two can pretty much hold hands. Fast 8, fast 9. So we'll have to see if these two, the longer these two sort of don't face each other, the better it will be for them. But eventually they will face each other in this stage, and we'll have to see whose economy gets broken first.
I like that they're also playing 2 different comps. You've got the Legionnaires versus the Skirmishers, and ultimately I would think, just looking at the 2 boards, that the Skirmishers would come on top, especially if that cannon can get onto the Callista in the back line. But either way, this is a really, really interesting lobby between Fish and Escher.
Yeah, you can expect those two to push 6 here. I think they'll both push a level for this fight, so interesting to see what unit they add in and what units they value here. Will they roll even? Will Fish roll for another Skirmisher? Have to see what he does here. He also has a Nidalee pair. See what he does. But the problem with pushing 6, he does drop pretty low. And I feel like he beats Escher with this board currently. Cannon 2. So think of any, that Draven, the Escher hit the Draven, wow.
Oh.
Okay, this will be interesting. Will they go 6? I think going
The Shadow IE is such a great option for the Draven as well. Plus, if they don't want to go that, looking to put it on Callista perhaps. No, going the Zeke's Bleak Herald. Okay. Very interesting. You're going to be slowing the attack speed down of the Draven. And I think ultimately these could be items to place on Callista as a placeholder for later.
Yeah, Shadow IE is nice on Draven. I don't think Draven needs that much of an extra punch. I think that things like Last Whisper are still insanely strong and probably just as valuable as Shadow IE. If not, I think a lot of people consider it to be a bit more valuable. So yeah, Esh and Fish is still 100% win streak, which is pretty interesting this late. They must be matching into each other next combat. I think they have to be, if not the one after. They're running out of other people to verse at this point.
Yeah, and just a small detail. I think I saw Fish hit it nearly 2 right as the fight started. Did he slam his Nico for that fight? That's very interesting. Or did he roll? Because I'm pretty sure he didn't level. He didn't have a nearly purged shop, so either he rolled for it or he slammed a Nico. So interesting decision there. But yeah, this Draven, it looks like this could just be a forgotten game. Already has a Draven, Shadow Zeeks. But yeah, both plays looking really nice.
I like these items in the backline too. You've got that Shadow Locket that's going to provide great stats to every single unit on that backline. The Callista doing a lot of damage with that Shadow Zeeks and with the Runins. You got good frontline with the Nightbringer Morg, although she's only 1. We are still only at 3-2, and I think that's a little bit of lenience that I'm going to offer to Escher as well, being top of the leaderboard, but needing some upgrades soon.
Yeah, this might be where he loses his streak. That is a Karma with probably 4 Dawn and a strong frontline. Is he going to lose his streak here? Oh no, the Karma breaks his economy. That's really upsetting for him. Sinner clearly rolled down a little bit, hit the Karma, 2-item Karma there. A bit too strong, but Escher's still in a great position to top 4 here.
Absolutely.
Really
Fish does
strong
maintain the win streak though as well, which is pretty
So yeah, Fish does not have his Nico anymore, so he did slam the Nidalee Nico at 3-1. That is an interesting play. I like it. Increase your economy, trying, just snowball this game out of control and push, level 8, level 9, and really start to use your economy just to force the top 4 here, really.
Yeah, which is...
And I like the Bloodthirster slam as well. When we last saw Fish, they hadn't fully committed to the Bloodthirster on Nidalee. They have, like you said, they put the Nikos in, so really banking on a 3 Skirmisher, 4 Dawnbringer Nidalee. With that dodge, you've got a tanky Gragas, and now finally coming up against Escher. I think Fish is in a really good position to push forward in the mid-game.
For sure. It's also interesting to note, bouncing back and forth between their POVs, the actual scores that they've gotten so far. These are 2 players that you wouldn't really expect the latter half of these scores to come up with, especially Fish going back-to-back 8th. I don't think anyone would have bet on that happening at all.
Yeah, definitely one of the favorites coming in this tournament. So hopefully you can pull out a top 4 here, make it to tomorrow, and then just reset. Had a couple bad games, but he won the first game, top 3, then the second one. So if you can pull out a good game here, reset his mental, I really think he still is one of the favorites for this tournament.
If Fish can continue to maintain this lead as well, it's going to be really useful coming into the late game. Sinus is only 10 points behind, but then the difference between Fish and Roger is 16. Now, early game, that's quite a lot of difference. And if that gap can be widened between first and second, and then, first and the rest of the lobby, Fish is going to be in a potential spot to carry this out. Final Whisper put onto Nidalee. I love that. I think it makes great use of Nidalee's ability to do dual types of damage, that it's not only the attack damage from being a skirmisher, but it is also the extra magic damage in that Cougar form on the extra auto. So
yeah, I think
very nice. Looking to pivot off of that later, maybe.
Yeah, I think he's going to level here, get the 6 skirm. Yep, there it is. Big spike, 6 skirmishes in now. Really looking to just push this win streak into level 8, into level 9. This will be interesting though. Karma is strong, but I don't think it's this strong, so this will be an interesting fight.
The Nidalee Smurf jumping towards the Pantheon, who gets eliminated before Nidalee lands. It puts Nidalee on the perfect side to just walk through the back line and demolish Sinus's Karma and everything else that was waiting there for them. This Kalista not going to be strong enough, and Roger will get a win over Escher. Escher now into 4th place in the lobby, so needing to hit some upgrades before they start bleeding too much. Does find a Yasuo. Is still looking to pivot here. So got the Nightbringers, and there will be 4 Nightbringers. Going to be looking to potentially stack the Yasuo. Does have that commitment, and going to be putting them more in the front line. Now I'll leave Draven in the back line.
Yep, good choice. Stacking the Yasuo here is definitely going to do a little bit more than the Draven for the most part at the moment. Potentially still looking at pivoting into Forgotten, but they haven't really hit many Forgotten units outside of Draven. So it's still a little bit dicey for Escher. They're definitely strong-ish with the Yasuo items here, but I wouldn't feel too secure in that position.
Neither do I. I think they're needing some more upgrades and some better frontline in order to carry this through as something that can transition to a mid-late comp. As we come up to Wolves, gonna find a Sejuani, gonna put some, prepare for some levels after Wolves and really make 7 at 4-1. Gonna take out the Draven and sell, so looking at Nightbringer, looking at a move to Dragon Slayer, and kind of pushing that Dragon Slayer and Nightbringer comp. It does have that Riven, but I think that's eventually just going to be a placeholder. Dream, some good items here. We've managed to get a bow, potential Last Whisper. You've got a cloak here as well. And we've had the level up. What are we looking for at level 7?
It's like he wants to play Yasuo. Obviously needs one more bow for the RFC, but with the Shadow Locket, it does make the frontline Yasuo much tankier. He has 6 Yasuos now. Will he keep rolling, or does he want to stop? So only 3 off. He might just eco up until Carousel again and then make a decision. It looks like it will transition into this Yasuo comp. It does need that Mordekaiser, but this board is extremely powerful right now. Excellent mid-game comp.
Revenant Assassins are his opponent with Sponge. That is a very good Nocturne with the Runins, the Zeke's Bleak Herald. Yasuo going to make quick work of it, but the Revenant passive comes through and turns the fight around. Yas did a fair bit of damage, but it wasn't quite enough, and Fish has lost a round. Must have been one previous, but coming into this fight, looking very strong indeed. Gregor still waiting his turn in the back lines there. We'll take another win. And we talk about, I was talking about that difference between first and second. It's still the same margin. It's still 10. Sinus still 10 points behind, now 90-80 instead of 190. Need to widen that gap, but they are breaking away as the top 2 from the rest of the lobby. Now 14-point difference, 14-point difference between Escher and Sinus. So we are seeing this gap being pushed apart. Twiggy, you're liking this comp still for Fish? Is this early skirmisher with the items they've got are going to roll into level 9 late game?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a really good skirmisher opener. They've got all the items they want. They've got 90% of the units that they want. I couldn't be happier if I was in Fishball's position.
And Fish struggled to get out of the gates earlier with some of these scores. 1-3-8-8, bit rough, but good position here. That is a Viego, though, and a very strong Forgotten comp for Amazing. A lot of damage going to be put down, and I don't think this Lee is going to be enough to carry it at the end there. Viego being the real Smurf on 4-2 for Amazing. And Fish will take more damage. Now 76-71 is that gap. And there is a Jax. There's a Trundle upgrade. We can move towards Jax instead of Udyr now as well.
Hitting the Jax pair there is really, really nice. It definitely makes them feel a little bit more comfortable in their position. They still need a little bit more, but it helps. It helps a lot. It's going to make it a lot easier for them to find 2-star Jax later.
Tournoir struggling a lot, as is Dark. 23 and 31 points remaining, respectively. Up against Escher. The brawl that we keep coming back to. Mordekaiser out for Escher. No Diana at this stage. And there's the Nidalee into Cougar form.
Yeah, it looks like he rolled again. He's 2 off now. Decided to not wait out the RSC, stand at Shadow Zeke's on Yasuo. Will be a frontline Yasuo for the entire game. Interesting to see if he can make that work and turn that into a top 4.
And we're coming into Carousel here. Didn't wait for Carousel. I think that for me is... I would have waited, but I think the Shadow Zeeks is going to be the way that Escher plays. Have a tank Yasuo, as you mentioned, Kareems. I would have been trying for a bow here to get that RFC, but wouldn't have happened anyway. Sponge picking up bow Viego. Escher looking at that Shadow Belt. Gonna move away from it. Look for something different, perhaps. He commits.
Yeah, I think he was pondering that Diana for a moment, but went with the tank item instead. I think is this a Shadow Trapclaw now? Oh no, he doesn't have a glove. Shadow Warmogs on that Maud, and hits the Maud pair. Okay, that's a nice spike for him.
Does have Nightbringer option. He's got a Aphelios sitting on his bench here, so... Nope, not anymore. Gonna sell that for the Econ. Ruining my dreams of 6 to 8 Nightbringers. And instead playing the smarter option, undoubtedly. Has the Shadow Locket. Shadow Warmogs on Maud, as you mentioned, is a big power spike for that Maud too. When he casts, he's going to have a massive shield. The Nautilus here on the Trundle going to get a good knock up. If he can get it off, he does. And that's going to affect the Yasuo for a short amount of time before Sejuani charges right back through and gets on top of the front line with Yasuo. And I think Escher is just in such a great spot still, Twig. Do we feel that this is just going to be the story of this lobby, Escher and Fishbowl?
I do think so at the moment, yeah. I don't see... Like, Escher still hasn't hit Yasuo 3 yet, and there could be some trouble hitting it, but I imagine if you go for Yasuo 3 and potentially Lee Sin 3 at the same time in this sort of comp, it can work out rather well. I'd be a little bit concerned still, though. 25 gold, only 57 HP. A little bit worrying, but overall, relatively happy. I think the rest of the lobby needs to, there are some other strong players in this lobby, and that's what Escher's got to be worried about, is other people hitting their comp first, because he doesn't have that much life to play with.
We do have a Draconic A-Bomb here with a Zyra that's rolled into some interesting items for sure. Here comes the Monstrosity, who has a Dragon's Claw and a Static Shiv. Not really the items you want, but it's the items he has. Mordekaiser about to cast again and doesn't need to, as they've just front to back this one. Escher's team super strong. Is against Dark, who we have highlighted, has been sitting in 7th for quite some time now. So not too concerned about that fight coming into Raptors. And Raptors upon us. Kareems! It's a strong position here. Not much in the shop. If you're Escher, you're just sitting pretty, hoping that you continue to win streak, and then if you drop one, go like paper hands with crypto and just sell, roll down. Is that the play?
Yeah, interesting to see how he manages his economy here. Will he roll for Yas 3, or will he kind of greed go 8 and try and roll for Yas 3 at 8 instead? Depend. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what I would do. I think I would roll for Yas 3. That's his win condition in my view. And then try and find Diana along with that as well. But maybe if he goes 8, he can, get another unit in, maybe get a Mystics in. Have to see what he does here. This is a really important decision for him. There's the Diana, it's kind of big. Sejuani, yeah.
The 4 Dragon Slayer now in effect. Going to be rolling down here. Picks up a Trundle too. That's great. Now the Yasuo needs one more Yasuo to complete the set. Sees another Lee Sin. Going to pass that. Leaving these on the board. Really trying for that Yasuo and finds it. 3 Yasuo just before going into the fight. No, it doesn't count.
Oh, I didn't go through. That is unlucky. Really could have used it against his Nocturne. That's really unfortunate, but at least he hit it. Last roll, he hit it, but unfortunately didn't quite get it in time.
That Nocturne is huge. Interesting items on the Viego, the double Hex Tech and the RFC. Able to capture from a distance, heals with the capture as well. Really cool kind of items to pop on the Viego there. Twig, should we be scared of that Viego late game?
Should always be scared of any comp that can run Viego. That unit can pretty much single-handedly turn combats around depending on its placement. Just being able to capture an enemy unit, especially if it's something like a carry, is always rather terrifying. So yeah, no, definitely need to be worried about it. I like RFC Viego. I like one Gunblade Viego. Not sure how I'm feeling about the double Gunblade, but you play what you get.
I saw Escher there playing around with positioning, wondering whether to drop Yasuo back out of the range of the Shadow Locket, put him with Diana to steal attack speed instead of taking it from frontline units. That's a Viego that's about to take the Yasuo over. No, Nightbringer Shield comes in clutch and manages to survive the Viego cast. But that is a very tanky pony. I love it as a frontline for the Forgottens.
Yeah, Hecarim's just the stock standard good frontline unit, especially when Forgotten stacked up and you have a Dark Blue Buffer Eyes just permanently seeing the rest of Escher's comp. It's really hard to get through. Even if like Viego doesn't kill the Yasuo, the fact that it stops it from DPSing is just as important.
And I think the cool tech with Hecarim is the Shadow Ionic, building up that extra AP, constantly building up damage and the healing that's done by Hecarim. And then, you slap a Warmogs and you slap a Dragon's Claw on it like they have, and Hecarim doesn't die. Looking now at Fish, and that is really good items on the Jax here, Kareems, as we see yet again the rivalry we've been watching all lobby.
Yeah, these two have been top two for a while. Obviously, Ash has dropped a little bit. See if the Astro can deal with this 3 Ironclad Jax. I think it'll be close. But no, very nice. 5-unit win. That's going to make Fish a little nervous about going 9 now. This lobby's getting really, really tight. Looking forward to seeing how Fish plays out the rest of the stage.
At the opposite end of the lobby, before we head into the carousel here, Dark in 7th, but Sinus has dropped right off. So is Roger. They're now sitting in 5th and 6th, respectively. We see Roger pick up an Archangels, Dark on the Frozen Heart. Fish going to be left with whatever they can grab at the end of this carousel. And take your pick. An AP item, or an AP item. How are you feeling, Twig?
I think Gunblade's pretty much the worst option there. I think Shiv has its place on something like Nidalee or Cannon. Opts to go with Shadow Chalice, which, yeah, not bad. More AP on Lee Sin's always nice. Already is getting a little bit of an more AP from the Shadow Locket anyway, so a little bit more damage there, won't hurt anyone. A little bit more shielding on the Rel, pretty good too.
A different kind of tanky pony here. It's a Shadow TG Rel that's managed to get a Titan's Revenge and the Shadow Bramble. As we play 6 Redeemed, 3 Ironclad, looking to get a lot of damage out of this Vel'Koz and this Lux as well. Big Vel'Koz cast. It's going to be focusing that middle of the board. And still tanky units here. Rel getting a little bit of damage out. Vel'Koz going to find another one, but that Karma in the back line, double Shadow Hodge, dealing a lot of damage.
Yeah, unfortunately could not get through the Lux Shield. That's one of the major weaknesses of Karma. Sometimes she just cannot get through that shield. I thought maybe with that Morello volley bit that maybe you can get through it, but yeah, unfortunately needed another crit item there. Needed dual gauntlet, needs a bit of extra damage, but yeah, Sinner 5 HP, but he's got a really strong wall. That Karma ball's looking really nice, but problem is there's so many strong players in this lobby. Really, it's going to be a fight for top 4.
The redeemed Ivern with Redemption going to get a lot of heals out here. Unfortunate items on the Rel, the attack speed pony for this fight in the front line with Shadow RFC, Shadow Ginsu's. I'm concerned about Sponge's Nocturne coming into the back here because that's going to deal a lot of damage.
Yeah, a lot of threats here. Nocturne 3, Viego 2 as well. That's really nice. It's going to hurt the skirmisher players, but can he bust through these shields? This Nocturne is just not dying. Dazes in the face of Lux. Looks like a pretty easy win here. Might get KO'd here. Cynic gets KO'd as well. Who's going to get 5th here? Oh, what? Never mind.
Oh.
1 HP in a dream. Oof. Alright, still has the top 4 dream. Gets a chalice as well, which should increase his AP a little bit. Got to find a way to top 4 from here, hopefully.
And of course, now for the PvE round where you're not really too concerned about what items Rel pulls through. You get 2 really great items for Rel on that Shadow TG. Really could have used them in the last round prior to this. Look at that. The Shadow Decor, the Shadow Warmogs, like that is a tanky Rel for a dragon.
Hopefully get some nice items again. No more attack speed.
Oh.
Alright, the Redemption's not terrible, but yeah, the Shadow Chalice isn't amazing. Oh, found a Kindred. Will he pick that up? Can he drop here? I guess he can drop the Jax. Chooses not to do it. I'll use the Ironclad against the skirmisher players running around.
Gonna slap a Chalice on the Syndra, I think, and we'll move over to Escher, who is only just above Roger on 17 HP. Has lost the one prior to the PvE round, coming up against this Nocturne. And we are seeing the Assassin's comp. I mean, we talked about it that we hadn't really seen a full Assassin's comp. Now this Nocturne is proof in the pudding that it absolutely works. Getting a lot of damage out, especially as it comes back from the Revenant. And gets tons of healing, scaling with that. Escher out, really hoping that Roger loses harder here.
Yeah, see if Roger loses. He's playing the Redeem. Can he get through this pony, though? That is a Dragon Claw Warmog, so I'm not sure if he can get through it. Maybe overtime, extra AP here. Okay, Lux, I don't think so. This Dragon Claw is too much. Also has that AP from the Shadow Ionic. Could be a draw. Imagine dying to a draw. That would be absolutely tragic.
Oh, no!
Oh, no! He died anyway. He would have died anyway. Draw or not, but yeah. Escher clutched out that top 4. That's really going to help his chances of heading into tomorrow's games.
3 remaining in the lobby. Fishball, Amazing, and Sponge. And 3 very different comps. We've got the Skirmisher Fishball, who we've been tracking all game. Sponge playing the Assassins. Fish looking at the damage charts to work out who gets the Runins Untamed. And then we've got the Forgotten of Amazing. So, yeah, some different comps coming out here. Really a test of which comp's going to come out on top and who has the bigger brain for positioning.
Yeah, it looks like he's positioning for this Assassin comp. Doesn't want Nocturne to run around and attack this Jax. Also wants Viego on the other side as well. So this will be an interesting fight. Definitely positioned well for it. Is it enough? This guy is extremely capped.
Great damage from the Pantheon and manages to take out the Nocturne quickly and then turn for the Nocturne after respawning with Revenant. I think that positioning is key. Finds a Garen. Gonna be looking for some upgrades here. Could do with a Darius too.
Will he pick up this Viego? The problem is I don't think he ever 2-stars. It's very contested. Well, he could drop Cannon for Viego 1 and maybe tie up that Rise to see if he values this unit.
It's definitely an understandable choice, but it's a hard one to make. Positioning is really good against the Assassin player here, and it might... Even securing a second place is rather important.
Yeah, Jax almost got Zephyr there, very close, but see how he goes against Draven this time. Will that Rise CC the Jax? Jax cannot move right now. Hopefully he can keep going, get some of that healing going.
Oh, Rise has changed target, and that means Jax is free hitting. And while that Rise was CCing him, it meant trouble. It's still going to be a bit of trouble as the Draven pops off at the end of that round. Heading into Carousel. There is another Darius, could get 2.
Yeah, it could be a
Probably
Darius
gonna
2 here. I
prioritize
think
a
it's a
full
bit
item.
too strong. I don't think there's any item that is worth a Darius 2 here.
No.
Yeah.
No.
That's a really
big
nice
spike.
pickup that might just sway that fight now. Darius 2 is a huge pickup. Looking good. Just got to find that Rel pair. That Rel would be really nice front line, but oh, there it is.
Oh.
ECA, you do that, you make that. Yep. So you buy TMO, sell it for trade HP for gold, and tap your board. I like it.
That's a really smart play here. We get the Darius, who is also a skirmisher, that's going to be dealing a lot of damage, a lot of shred to prepare for the rest of the team. I think this is better positioning as well, insulating the Jax, putting the Rise out there, looking to play the mind games.
Yeah, trying to find get around this
Fish
Viego.
done so successfully.
Where's the Viego? Is on the right. Nocturne's also on the right, away from the Nocturnes. This is good positioning. This will be an interesting fight. I think the Darius 2 will sway this fight now. Never mind, Darius 2 got deleted. Wow.
I think ultimately the positioning away from the Viego, Fish beat the Assassins last time and will do it again. Amazing, not sure what Ghost Amazing fought, but it's a very strong comp. Can now position better for the Forgotten, going to be doing so. Leaving the Rise at the back so that the Legionnaire Viego doesn't jump straight onto the Jax. But front to back, that Forgotten team's really strong.
Yeah, a lot of hazards. It's got a Zephyr, it's got a Rise, it's got a Viego, Thresh, Kindred 2. There's a lot of things that you need to be wary of when positioning. Interesting to see how he does this. Oh, does the W tech? I like it. The double W tech to get the... Wow, I like that. Does he get Zephyr here? No, look at your Rise. That was really, really smart from Fish.
It's very impactful as well. It's actually going to make a bit of a difference.
Yeah, so what you do is you bind your W to 2 buttons and then you press them at the same time, and then they don't even have to hit the board for you to reposition them. It's actually really, really nice. Unfortunately, though, you just cannot get through this Hecarim. Wow, I actually thought he was going to win that lobby.
And honestly, I think it's the tank pony that carried that so much throughout the mid game. We saw that draw with the ghost of the tank pony knocking someone out earlier in that lobby. It really was an unbelievable front line with, in my opinion, perfect items on Hecarim. It's my favorite way to play it. The Dark Ionic Spark, the Warmogs, and the Dragon's Claw. Probably opt for Shadow Warmogs as well for that extra HP because Hecarim's doing so much healing regardless. But it doesn't really matter overall. He is a tanky pony, and with Draven in the back line, the Rise casting out constant CC with Runic Prison, you're just not moving through that as much as Fish tried. Kareems, was there any way that we could have seen the Skirmishers take over that Forgotten build at the end?
I thought he had him, but like I said, there's a lot of hazards in that column. Rise is a huge threat. You need to get through the Hecarim. If your Jax gets stuck on Hecarim, then Rise is going to make it really hard for you to start killing units. It would have been tricky, really, just position diff, but I feel like the Forgotten player was in a better position in terms of how to deal with Fish's board, rather than vice versa.
I think so as well. Twig, we saw your favorite comp come out today. We saw a range of comps being used by all competitors. If you had to pick one that was most consistent throughout the games and the lobbies that we saw, which one would be your pick?
I'd probably have to say Skirmishers, which really surprised me because I think it was like one of the main comps we left off at the start of the show talking about. We didn't really expect to see it. It's definitely not as prevalent as it has been. I think every lobby had a Skirmishers comp in top 4, and I don't think it very rarely bottom forward. There was a couple different people playing Forgotten, and everyone was sort of, contesting Rise, sometimes Draven, but really Skirmishers came out, was super duper consistent, really good when it was hit early, really good when it was transitioned into later. So yeah, I'd probably have to pick Skirmishers.
And Kareem, same question posed to you. I mean, we saw Dawnbringer Karma come through many times with some good items, but never really perfect. Do you think Skirmishers was the way to go today if you were playing for consistency?
Yeah, Skirms, it's really strong mid-game. You really don't need to rely on these legendaries to cap. I mean, obviously Viego's nice, but you're not relying on Garens and Volibears and Kindreds, whatever it is, to cap. So really strong mid game, can transition well in the late game. It's also very flexible. You can add certain things at level 8 Mystics Ironclad. Saw a few Ironclad spats today. Saw Assassin spat today as well, and the Lee Sin. So it's very flexible and it's just strong throughout the whole like mid game onwards. So yeah, really, really, really strong comp. Looking forward to seeing if people play it more tomorrow.
I think skirmishes just pairs so well because you're looking at good shield, good ramping damage over the course of a fight, and if you're getting good items like we saw on that Jax with a Runins to spread that damage in AOE, you're going to be affecting more than one unit and really whittling away core units across the back line and front line. And then when you've got things like Diana, you've got an Assassin Spat Lee Sin targeting the back line as well. It really provides a front to back comp. Things like Dawnbringer Karma, it was nice to see come out. We didn't really see a lot of Nightbringer carry coming through today. We did see a little bit of Yasuo 3, but it wasn't quite enough to get through into the top 3 of that final lobby. If there was a comp that you could have seen come through today, one that you would have really liked to see succeed, what would it be? Krames?
I would like to see more of that Assassin. I think that was the only good Assassin comp I saw today was that 3-star Nocturne with the Viego 2. I really thought that we'd see a lot more of it today, and maybe we'll see more of it tomorrow, but it'd be nice to see a few more people bust out the Nocturne.
Well, Twig, I'll ask you next time because we have the scoreboard ready, and I think our viewers at home are going to be more excited about who's been eliminated and who's making it through than they are about our recommendations. So let's have a look at the eliminated players. And we have our next 8. Pong, Dark, Turnoir, Sinas, Vince, Donaldino, Sponge, and Drowsy Sword. Unfortunately, do not make it through to tomorrow's games. And that rounds out the 16 that we have eliminated. Twig, of this 16, obviously we had the first 8 eliminated after the 3rd game. Now this next 8. Is there someone that you're disappointed to see in that bottom 8?
I'd probably have to say Pong. I remember last tournament there was a fair bit of fan following around Pong and trying to see them succeed. And they did pretty good day 1 and then not so good day 2 if I recall correctly. So that's probably a name I wasn't quite expecting to be gone just this early.
And Kareem's now looking at the top players in the competition after day 1. Looking at that top 8 in particular. Some big names in there. Chunga, Perfect Slumbers, Razza, Zuzu Bird and Admiration coming through of note. Who are you looking forward to heading into tomorrow's games out of our top 8?
Well, Chunga really brought in, really played well today. Was it 1-2-1-3-1? So he won 3 out of 5 lobbies. He top 3 and everything. He's got 37 out of perfect 40. It looks like he's in really good form. Also looking forward to seeing how Opal does. She was also the original finalist. Haven't seen her too much on ladder, so interesting to see if she can really make some waves tomorrow.
We've seen Fishball clutch it through and make it into the top players as well. Really, it's still anyone's competition that remains in the group stages here in those top few. 16 out, many more to be eliminated tomorrow, and then we'll, of course, have a next weekend to push on. Twig, before we wrap up for today, I'm going to give you your chance. If you could have any comp do well, what comp would it be?
Probably would be Bulldozer. We saw her get a couple top 4s, which I was really happy about, but it didn't do quite as well as I would liked it to do. We didn't get to see the super capped version where it's 3-star Varus and 3-star Pantheon, which you'd never realistically hit anyway. Would have been fun. On a more realistic note, I would have liked to see a little bit more Felios, even though we did see a game or 2 of it. I would have liked a little bit more prevalence of it.
And so would I. A Felios near and dear to my heart as a comp. I think that would be nice to see come through. And really, I'm looking for something left field. I'm looking for someone to be scouting so hard that Knight's Mystic makes sense with the items they've got, or something ridiculous to pull through a really good top 4 placing. Well, that's it for today, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. This has been the TFT Reckoning Series Oceania, the mid-set Invitational presented by Order. Twig and Kareems, thank you very much for joining me. We'll be back again, same time tomorrow, 6 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck to all competitors in tomorrow's games.